give me this. And I was like, no, they don't. You don't need any of that because you're a god. They give you vindication. That's it. They validate your philosophies by following them. They are parasites of you, not
Yes.
symbiotes.
Yes. And in fair, no, he's saying that he's a symbiote to them, but also in
Right. Now,
fairness,
Alhazard was saying that you weren't.
yes. And then he came back with the example of the bleeders and how they basically destroyed the central hub of the VirtuaNet. It basically took thousands of lives, including their enemies, and made it a sacrifice on the altar of Kuzmo.
Mm.
And
Right.
then they all died.
And Alhazard's point was that, like, that doesn't mean that they bring you personal glory because nobody knows that you did that. Like,
To which he pointed out that the city now has on public record his name and his symbology. And what's more is not only is he remembered, but the bleeders are also remembered. And that is why they no longer allowed to exist because in the alleys and the dank corners of the Neon City, the stories of the bleeders and their massive success against the government and corporations of Neon City is still told today.
right, which brings the bleeders great glory, but your name is attached to them. Nobody really knows your significance in you making them stronger.
It is mentioned that they
Nobody, like,
fall that it is like I'm gonna say about the character. It is the name
you're out
is
of character right
mentioned.
now.
Well, true. Yeah. So his name Kuzmo's name is mentioned. In actual fact, and Kuzmo knows he doesn't really want to bring it up. They think that Kuzmo isn't actually a person or a god, but a secret organization existing within the city.
Hmm.
So technically, they don't actually know Kuzmo, but it is said in a way that if he ever showed up, says I'm Kuzmo and shows the symbol, like, oh, it wasn't a
Oh,
corp. It
cool. This
wasn't
is this is the
like
this is
this
that
isn't an
pretender
or.
guy because no one person could clearly topple our great and mighty empire. Because humans are arrogant like that.
Oh no, that would make Kuzmo have to do some god shit to prove his point because it's
Right.
not like he
But
likes
that means that
showing
you
off
don't
to
have
people.
any glory with them. But that means that you haven't received any glory from in their eyes because you have to go prove that you're a god again. Like you have to prove to them you are a titanic thing. So like the
Yeah, no,
bleeders
you're
still haven't
right.
given
Like,
you any. Yeah, exactly. So they still haven't given you any glory.
well, no, in Australia, I wouldn't say that they've given some glory, and it's just not as much as Kuzma lets on. And they have
They've
given him
given glory
glory.
to
It's just
an idea of Kuzmo, but not you personally.
not in the Neon City, no. But since then, they as working as the Bloodfires and now currently the Icefires, they've been on many battlefields and preached his name.
Right.
So currently, they do still give glory to him more so than they actually did back in the Neon City, which is Kuzma's example. Because again, he's proud of that.
Now
Because
tell me how
his
many people on the fourth floor knew your name before you invaded it
no,
because
see
of the
that's
efforts of the bleeders. Like glory should precede you, man.
yeah. I'm sure quite a few people knew because Kuzma would also get a number in the Colosseum if you would remember.
Yeah, but so did Alhazard. And
Yeah.
again, that was you personally doing that. That was you earning glory for yourself. Your followers didn't give you any of that. You didn't summon them for that fight.
Yes, but you're forgetting the part that in the case of the Bloodfire, he's the one that gives them this apotheosis that grants them power.
Right, which means they're parasites feeding off of your strength. You still
No,
don't get anything from them except validation.
no, he gets an immortal army of powerful demigod figures.
Right. But
I,
you
I
don't need those because you're a god.
okay, and by that logic, humans don't really need milk, but we have cows.
Yeah, but we do need milk because our females in our species produce it.
I mean, yeah, for small children, I'm talking like full ass
Right.
adult for full ass
Right.
adults. We could make food that doesn't require milk. but we want milk because it's useful for just drinking or making
Because
bowls of cereal and all this
as
shit.
children,
So we
we
have
have been
cows.
taught to attach strong positive feelings to milk, to attach nourishing feelings to milk as babies.
Okay. You're
But
moving away
humans
from the point.
survived long before they domesticated cows.
Yes.
Sure, we like milk, but we don't
Is
need it.
That's my point.
Right. So how is your
Kuzmo
point
doesn't-
disputing mine?
Like my point is that Kuzmo keeps this army around because it makes his job makes it a lot easier to enact his will. We as a group of people are able to act autonomously according to his orders. Sure,
Right.
he could keep entire land masses and even dimensions a concern by himself. But when you can drop the super-powered shock troopers down, yelling "Hail Kuzmo," it makes shit much easier, and also it's fun to watch them work.
Right. They validate you. It's
Yeah.
fun to watch them. They still don't give you anything beyond that because anything that they could do, you could do better because you're stronger than them.
Yeah.
So that's my point. Is they don't give you anything except validation.
So,
And if that's all Kuzma, yeah, see, there you go.
And you know what? At the end of the day, he's always wanted to be a ruler of a powerful army, and now he is that. And that's still validation. But at the end of the day, fuck it. What else? That's a very valid point of validation. And also, they
Fair.
helped.
But again, if you wanted to be the leader of a powerful army, you were that when you took over the 6th floor and got all those gold masks, and you have a gold mask cult. Yeah. As a gold mask cult leader, you have a powerful army of immortal demigods that are on par with your with your Icefire.
And
you didn't need your Icefire to do that. In fact, you didn't summon them at all during that fight. You got some help from Alhazred, and then you went and did it yourself.
Yeah. And
so you could have seized an army on your own without needing the Icefire Pact.
Okay, but like my question here is like, why wouldn't he bring that sort of pact? He earned them just as efficiently, or just as legitimately as he earned the golden masks.
I don't know. Why didn't you?
I mean, like they were helpful for taking the 4th floor. Could have Kuzma
sure they were
himself? Yeah, but
yeah, you could have.
It made it quicker.
And they didn't help at all on the 6th floor, which you just took yourself.
Yeah.
So anything that you wanted that they can give you, you can take for yourself. So they don't give you anything.
Except validation and also just
exactly. So, but again, you receive camaraderie from other people. Do you not receive camaraderie from Alhazred and Kuroko?
I mean, definitely from Alhazred.
Oh, damn. Saucy.
Sorry, Johnny. I just don't feel Kuzmo knows you well enough yet.
Don't worry. I'm just your eternal boss. It's fine.
Damn. This is why you don't drink the ice Kool-Aid.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Okay.
Ooh. It's a good thing Kuzma has 2 gauntlets because it looks like one of them was just thrown.
Okay, so are you guys...
Oh, we can start whenever. This is just Alhazred and Kuzmo having it. Like,
I thought this was kind of half in game, half out of game.
So. Yeah, this is fully in game, dude.
Yeah.
Like Alhazred is like making you think about all this shit. Like, what good is the Icefire Legion?
Yeah, and it's like and Kuzmo's looking at Alhazred like,
motherfucker, you think I haven't thought about this shit before? Really?
I don't know if you have or not because you haven't talked about it.
Motherfucker.
That doesn't mean anything to me.
Years.
And also, I'm older than you.
Possibly. Nobody from where I'm from knows how long the gap really was. But I know that there was 500 years or so before the gap, or perhaps it got off a good chunk of that, and then there was like 300 years after the gap, so it's actually more like I've been around for 735 years.
That's
Or
you
wait, no. Actually,
think,
fuck it, round it up to
maybe.
750.
because you don't know.
What is time?
Not 100%.
Really?
It's a flat circle.
It's a flat.
Are you sure?
Mhm.
Okay. I will write this down, so I will remember this time.
Although I think it is noteworthy that Harrison has mentioned before that your years are longer than ours.
Yes, I had to do math.
Is-
Because I had to do the math to convert it, but yes. Time is a flat circle. But that does not mean it cannot be bridged.
If you breach it right, it makes a donut. It do, though.
So I know all these things here are used as tools, but my question is, did you and Alhazard go over the inscription process last time?
Oh, I did. Yeah.
Shit,
Excellent.
that reminds me. Alhaji, do not forget you have all of those body paints. They're going to help keep you from dying.
Got it, fam.
Yeah.
All right. So was I able to watch that? I'm not trying to learn her secrets. Did you guys like have a privacy bubble in a sense? What happened?
Yeah, me and the Knockridden wench went over and did inscription stuff while everyone else was passed out.
Okay, good. I know. I'm just wondering how to start this process here. It just seems like, are these just tools to help add to my suit in a sense?
The tools allow you to utilize the upgrade process
Okay.
without negatives.
Okay. So the upgrade process is thus: you have upgrades equal to your influence bonus, and you can add one thing, or can combine things to make a thing, or how does that go about?
That's where the brilliance of it comes in. It really depends on how you approach it.
Okay.
If you add one piece of armor, that's considered one upgrade.
Right.
But if you add one set of armor, that's considered one upgrade. See the difference?
I do.
Okay.
I don't see a option with my two pieces I have currently, but maybe if we keep going deeper and find different things.
I don't know.
We all have to build this ourselves, is the other thing. I'm guessing inscriptions like the Knockrin Witch, though, has they're not part of the. It's almost like an outer layer in a sense instead of the suit itself. Inscriptions.
Inscriptions don't count as upgrades.
Oh, I know that. I'm saying the build process to a suit. Like if someone put their inscription mark on me, like that wouldn't degrade or destroy my suit, right? We're clear on that.
Yeah, unless it's done improperly.
Yeah. Okay.
It wouldn't particularly destroy, unless the guy literally built a landmine on your suit with an inscription on it.
Haha, take that. Landmines.
Yeah.
So this flexibility aspect, though, can I use either my Halo's overlay, or can I use When Wears the Mask on it to kind of get an idea of its quality, or maybe even like putting where I could put it on my suit per se? Is it like
Piece?
multiple pieces? It's just a. What was that map? I never got that.
Which individual thing are you talking about?
The flexibility. That's I only gave
Oh,
you two.
the flex
rope
mod.
and-
One who wear the mask wouldn't really fit this one. It would probably be Archaeotech if you have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just wondering when the Halo kind of looks it over with this Archaeotech if anything pops up.
Talents and traits of the Legion. Then we gotta go over to Kokoro.
Huh.
Kokoro. All right.
Well, I don't know what she's doing. Cider Hazard? Cider. Do you want some?
Cider.
It's apple cider.
Oh, I suppose I'll take some.
So what you're looking at, it is a low tier flex mod.
All right.
Actually not tier. It's a low quality flex mod. Like there are definitely better models, but that doesn't mean this isn't the right one for you. Because this one adds a little bit of retains some of the sturdiness of the armor. So if you add this, it'll just give you a flat bonus.
To armor? Is that what you're saying? Just
To
armor?
agility.
Oh, to agility. All right.
And acrobatics and sleight of hand. As for if you were to get some of the higher tier models, you would actually lose durability to the suit in addition for higher bonuses elsewhere.
So
it also could use some repair.
Yeah. So I can ask. I'll ask. I'll go up to a hazard and say, "This piece of armor that I found down there, it looks like it's quite broken. I don't know how to repair it in a sense. I was wondering if you could take a look at it. I know I knew you'd need to add it to my suit to begin with, but I don't know if you repairing it makes it yours in a sense and your creation that I can't use on my suit. But I don't know. Can I? She'll look to the
Stop
knocker.
worrying about it and just give me the armor fragment.
Okay.
You're overthinking it. The story tells itself.
Beginning passes over the armor piece.
Alright. Alhazard's gonna tink it. Gonna learn what sort of his stuff is made to made it. And then he's gonna be like, alright, cool. And start pulling out some materials to repair it with.
Okay.
And he's gonna explain to Kuroko, because he very rarely gets the chance to expedition at people. The idea, as he's sort of like pulling stuff out and setting it aside, is that the story of your existence, your armor, it all intertwines, yes?
I understand that. Yeah.
How many times have I forged you?
It's true, but this is the first time that I've built something myself instead of relying on you. Even all these pieces that I collected were not touched by you.
True. But can you say that you intrinsically have not? That part of your story is not me being there to bolster you in times of uncertainty, in times when other crafts weren't enough.
It's true. I want you to think about it from this aspect. Up to that point, I was someone else. Now I'm someone new. If I myself am the material, like it's always been, then I would agree. But it just seems different this time. And I understand what you're saying. I just not certain, and that's a fear of mine. I don't want to lose this opportunity. But still, I will trust in you, Alhazard, like I have in the past.
That's all we need. And I'm going to wang the armor fragment. Give it the bonk. And this is going under 100 degrees of success. Because essentially I'm building it to integrate with Kuroko. So it's the quality of Kuroko's current craft.
So are you winging this into the armor, or are you putting this into Kuroko?
He's
Kuroko
just
is her
wanging-
armor in this nature, isn't she?
Mhm. Well, with over 100 degrees of success, you were able to differentiate between the two because it's your specialty.
Ouch. Right. Well, the crafting itself would be under 100 degrees of success.
Do you need more, or are you lacking something?
Oh no, I can.
Yeah.
So the thing is like with your assistance, I can get over 150 degrees of success, which is bad for the universe.
Mhm.
But I can literally just decide if I'm going to get over or under 100 degrees of success.
Right.
Essentially, DM, what I'm going to do with this armor piece is I'm going to make it a slightly higher quality so that Kuroko can inspect it and learn from it and advance her own armor through its study. The point is when Kuroko looks at this, when she goes back to building her own armor or trying to improve her own armor, when she's not dealing with fragments of stuff, for her to go, oh, cool, this is a thing I could do. Because Alhazard it's all about stories here, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's maintaining that story of being a source of improvement for her. And this is basically her suit is her story of sort of like self-improvement. And Alhazard is just visiting for a chapter.
Okay, but how does this offer her the ability to improve without you visiting?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that he's essentially adding an addendum to her story that is her armor. Sort of in this case, narratively, it would be like a mentor leaving a clue behind that that the protagonist would find use for later. That's basically what this armor piece is what this armor set is going to do for her story.
Okay. And you're not sorry, I'm missing the process here. So
Okay.
did you hit anything into the armor to do this, like the flexibility mod? Or do you just hit it and then you're just granting.
He's just hitting it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, because this is a whole ass armor mod, right? It's not a piece of one.
No, that was the one thing he did pull. That flexibility mod was a whole ass armor mod.
Then he doesn't need to wang anything extra into it. Because the whole point is he's not building this suit, he's helping Kuroko. He's a side character in her story.
You have no, like, the only person in your group of Kuroko's that have knowledge of how to utilize this imbuement of wisdom and insight is Doc Roko.
Mm-hmm.
But they are linked.
Yep. Part is equal to the whole. All Kurokos are the Kuroko.
And give or take, except for the named Rokos. They're different.
Yeah, but they're still connected.
Tenuously.
Mm-hmm. But specifically, I'm doing it under 100 degrees of success, so it's still possible for her to follow the basic concept of the craft. Because intent shaping still utilizes the whole process of something. It's all put in at once, right? That's the way it was explained.
Yes.
So every step of the crafting process is apparent when you investigate the item with a high enough level of personal skill.
Uh-huh.
So that's basically what this armor piece is for. This flex mod is meant to give Kuroko's story the possibility of her learning from this to improve herself.
But she has. You said in that sentence alone requires a high enough level of skill to see all the steps. She does not. She has no blacksmithing skill.
Exactly. But she built this suit, which means she has the potential to reach that high.
Potentially, yeah. Well, we'll see.
And that's the sort of the graft for the story that he's trying to put into this so that her armor doesn't fight against this or become intrinsically weaker based on the nature of its improvement.
Depends on how it's going to be added.
By hand.
Mm-hmm. I'm just not really picking up what you're throwing down specifically for how it's supposed to be attached to their character sheet. What does this actually do mechanically?
Well, that would be my question to you is what is the flex mod designed to do?
It gives a plus 20 to acrobatics, athletics, sleight of hand, and dodge.
Mm-hmm. So it would be essentially installing something similar to like a move-by-wire system. Into the suit. Because in this juncture, Kuroko made herself into the suit.
You could still add this to the suit. There's a process.
Right. But it's essentially we're building on Kuroko's story that she started telling when she built it. Because the suits are all a story, right?
Technically, yes.
And as that story becomes stronger or weaker, the suit protects you better or fails you.
Mm.
So the idea is that when we're building this into the suit, to build upon that story instead of weakening it through having too many people, too many hands in it, too many editors for the author, if that makes sense.
He's going to have to add it, and those are the things that mod is going to give.
Okay.
And is this before or after him bonking it?
All he did, he tanked it.
He tanked it.
Tanked it doesn't do anything. All it does is let him know what the heck's going on.
Yeah.
Tells me what it does. And I'll be like, there you go. Because my understanding was that the armor was actually, this was the armor fragment, and it needed to be repaired before it could be added into a Kuroko.
Well, technically, the damaged mod would give half the bonuses, but he stripped enough of it out of the suit down there that it was a full mod, not a flex fragment.
Gotcha.
It's a full mod, but it's damaged. It would only give you half. But sewing weakness into the armor it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Okay. Kuroko beginning will thank you, Hazard, and take the piece back.
Just tink it, tell you what it does, hand it to you.
It's still damaged.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
And remember, this place is kind of backwards. You don't have to repair it. You can add a damaged mod, because that has a story attached to it. Because it belonged to someone else before you salvaged it.
Yeah.
Adding damaged parts with tethers of a previous person's story could grant benefits unforeseen. It's damaged, and you have to leave it that way, or you can wipe it clean by repairing it, restoring it the way to its full potential,
right,
and taking the full bonus.
So let's. So I'll ask the witch. What tools here can I use?
All of them.
Okay.
Your clan. Your method of work for upgrading and modifications are going to be slightly different from the rest. The suit doesn't come off. Neither does mine. So how does one add changes to the armor without outside help, which you do not want, not unless your story is twisted and entwined with another.
I don't see that being a bad thing per se.
Not necessarily.
Maybe it would also require, if to be entwined, that you need to be together most of the time. And
precisely. It'd be the way of
might leave.
It'd be the two birds with one wing, and they must use each other's wings together in tandem to fly. Or the shark without fins.
Right. So I think this is good for all of us if we get an idea of what some of these tools are. Can I use One Who Wears the Mask on some of these things? For example, like this tool with the circle and the glowing. It looks like almost like.
But you're not wearing a mask.
It's true, but it's just a talent, and there was never a notion that I need to wear a mask. Besides in the name. But all right.
They're basic tools. Some of them look a lot more complex, almost arcane in nature.
Mm-hmm.
But some of them just act like a kind of a magical acetylene torch, or some sort of high calibration workbench, kind of wrapped up into a series of kind of artifice.
And Matt, I do remember you saying that this would allow no negatives in a sense, right? Using this workbench. I just don't want to miss out by not knowing how the tools work. And with One Who Wears the Mask too, just as a caveat there, Orchestra used One Who Wears the Mask as well.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you want to say that Orchestra was a mask herself. Then,
that's the one.
Yeah. I guess we would call it a face for her, but I just wanted to make sure that
still a mask.
Yeah, still a mask. Okay, Alrighty. So what I'll try doing then is using these tools in front of me. Kind of size up where the pieces would go. And I would ask my suit to integrate with the mod.
Okay. That will just be a willpower test. Who would have thought? Okay. The armored kind of the plates kind of shimmer and click and contort, and the kind of opens up whole compartments of where the mods are going to go, and these little sinewy tendrils kind of reach out like this nano wire, and it grabs the pieces and it kind of pulls it in and just contorts and moves all sorts of internal components and shifts muscle groups, and rather disturbing. And eventually just it kind of slides into place, and different connections are made throughout the those stones, and the armor then slides and shivers back into place.
Okay. I will add these conditions to my armor.
Okay. There you go.
Okay.
Lizard.
You're not a lizard.
Yeah.
But Matt, those are halved, right?
Oh, you didn't repair it.
No, it's true.
Okay. Yep. So it'd be halved. Okay. So okay. Imaged. Ability. I'll have you roll 2d100 for memories. Okay. There is a so you get memory of wealth, which means you know where a series of micro pockets and or safe zones are located.
Right.
In addition to some caches of stored equipment that was left behind, but not turned into the clan, because this guy was clan. Not this one, but one of the others, one of the scavenger clans. Most of their rigs are specifically modified and built for hauling a lot more gear, having much more successful recovery of lost things, and a lot of utility stuff. They're a very neutral group. From what the memories you're shown can tell, they must give tribute and tithe to the clan itself to foster clan wealth and for new individuals, and to, of course, build their own internal market. But this guy was hoarding big time. So
into the past. Okay.
Yep. And memories of the path are you gain memories of certain areas that he tread quite a bit. So you'll be infused with knowledge of certain areas and locations and some of the dangers and or quirks of some of the areas in this well, pretty much all the areas of the scavenger clan.
Do you want to just like make me roll survival tests when something like that pops up for me? Or okay,
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yep.
And what I will do is go up to the Knocking Witch and say, I had a vision, in a sense. Memories are coming to me. The piece that I put into myself, it seems to have a memory of its past user. If we come around those paths, can I ask for us to visit some of them? Maybe it will jog my memory. We might find something that will be useful for the clan.
We certainly can.
Okay.
I do have a way of amplifying the memory if you'd like. I have an inscription that not only enhances but expands the memory, if you'd like. But at the same time, it could be every time you absorb a memory from another, you are more them than you were, and a little bit less yourself. That's the problem with becoming one with the knowledge of others.
What I was hoping to do is provide closure to the clan. The person who wore this before me was a little bit of a hoarder. Greed overtook them. But I wish to foster some good relations with this other clan, and if I can find their belongings, give them to them, and maybe provide some dialogue between our clans. I'm sure there already is some, but I'm sure they wouldn't mind a cache of goods that were once
You'll
theirs.
have to be careful about the way you cultivate the cache of goods. To the scavenger clan, which you provide them in goods, actually is a language of itself. You can easily insult them as you could impress them. And it's not so intuitive. Just because you bring something of great value doesn't mean...
I was thinking instead of giving it to them personally, let them find themselves, scavenge from what they've lost.
I recommend just taking their stuff.
Or that, okay.
They are of the like to leave none for others. They don't like to share, and they will scour an area far more thoroughly and rigorously than the rest of the clans would. They would leave nothing to be found, and unfortunately their territorial waters are so barren of anything of worth that they have to go further and further out into the dark.
I understand.
I know it's a good idea, absolutely. But the Scavenger Clan are notorious for being ambivalent and extremely neutral.
Your words are important, and I will keep them to heart.
That may work with some of the other clans, like the Hunter clans. If you were to return their fallen weapons, and even more impressive would be the armor, or a trophy of the thing that killed them. So the kind of the three-piece story of how that hunter fell. That is very impressive and brings great closure and honor to the individual and yourself for doing so. So
I understand. I will think about that if I find something of that for my next piece.
You will find many. There are more hunter clans than the caretaker clans, which we are part of, and which we are the rarest. The scavenger clans are of the middling, and of course the hunter clans are of the highest number. Although I will say that there aren't that many clans, and there aren't that many members of each clan anyways. It's a rule of 1-2-4. 1 caretaker, 2 scavenger clans, and 4 hunter clans. No group comprises more than 10 individuals.
The law, or is this more of a, because I feel like adding me
No
would.
law.
Okay. I just don't want to overburden us because of something that is sacred.
No, there's no law pertaining to having no more than 10 individuals. It's just that the more individuals that are part of the clan, the more, of course, likely you are to lose them.
Okay.
There are many dangers down here, and we found that 10 seems to be the sweet spot. We can also maintain and support 10 individuals rather adroitly. Beyond that, it starts to become a little bit more difficult to personally keep tabs on everyone at all times. 10 is within my personal shamanic limit. If we were to have closer to 15 to 20, I would probably take an apprentice for another shaman role.
Okay.
The hunter clans do push that number. Some of them have anywhere from 11 to up to a scandalous 14. That was a joke. That was my attempt at a poor joke. But yes.
Okay. Beginning will step over by the water and allow anyone else to.
Did you want to do those inscriptions?
She offering that to me?
No, to Kuroko. He took a storied mod, and the shaman is asking, "Do you want me to use my inscriptions to enhance or broaden the memory for more information?"
Beginning will say no. I appreciate it though. I just feel like I don't want to be overburdened by someone else's story when I'm just starting.
Very well. You are very strong of will. I hardly doubt it will override you. That is a burden and a concern for any other individual that would not excel in that particular department.
Well, but I would like Alhazred to test his craft with his inscription.
I will have him watch for this one.
Okay. Then as long as I can
was absolutely into watch.
As long as I can be as a stepping stone for Alhazred's greatness. Of course.
Do not think you are a stepping stone for anyone. You have accomplishments of a significant nature, do you not?
I think we all do here.
I do not yet.
Indeed.
Someday I might. But right now, it's just the beginning.
Do not think yourself a stepping stone. You have many stories, many you that do many things. If you put that in your head, that could end up being part of this version of you's story and the story of your armor to be the stepping stone. Do not put that evil on yourself. For your entire purpose and or several chapters of your story will be devoted to propping up another.
I understand.
At your own expense.
Consideration. Yes, of course. What am I then, Alhazred? If you watch me, do you gain insight to this craft? Or maybe I am.
You are the vanguard. You step forward first, so that others may follow in your path with more safety.
That is all I hope to do.
Very well. And she kind of comes over and takes out a couple really weird sets of kind of picks and just kind of taps certain parts of your armor, and you just lock up. Your whole armor just like, nope, we're frozen now. And then
We
she
are
kind
now
of
a
lifts
statue.
arms. Yeah, she kind of lifts certain parts and taps the armor with those picks, and the armor peels away, exposing very vulnerable internals, which is not flesh anymore. There's no gooey bits anymore underneath. It's all mechanical bits, biosynthetics, and archaeotech. And once the components are revealed that they wish to work on, takes out the inscription set and starts to prep the tool. And this individual will then proceed to do the inscription. Yep, good job. And you're going to get an additional 4 dice. You'll pick the best of the 2 for memories.
Oh, additional memories.
Yeah, well, that's what they were going for. They were extracting more memories, broadening the memories. You may pick that 100 if you'd like.
Yeah. It's just too bad. 54, 67, 89.
You may use
That's really interesting. No, if it was 45. No, it's kind of like the opposite.
Nope, you have doubles. You have doubles. You have a 54-54.
Oh. Okay. I will take the 54 and the 100 then.
Okay. So once it's done, she kind of a hazard. You see what I have done?
Do I see what he's done? Or
yes,
what she's done?
Yes, you do. Very much so. You have a nasty dragon's eye for this type of stuff. She's teased a memory. She used inscription to affect the metaphysical.
Ooh.
She didn't touch the material on this. She touched the history of it. The journey, the story of the material itself, and what it was a part of before.
Nice.
Very difficult to do. Good. And then she Nokron washes it. Kind of etches out into the rest of it. That will prevent the waters from eroding it. Nokron is more of a purifying resource here than what it's actually used for in the rest of the labyrinth. And then she'll tap the armor with that little almost needle-like pick, and just the armor kind of shimmers back into place. And then she'll tap the other certain parts of your armor, and then it unlocks, and you can move yourself again.
And beginning will bow and say, "Thank you, Sean."
You also see the armor. A certain green mist kind of rolls across the breastplate, and you're seized with extreme pain as something etches itself into the armor. Something horrific, something ghastly, and it's the mark of one of the beasts of this place, one of the Leviathans, so to speak. One of the Leviathan marks. You are hunted.
As I always have been.
Yes. The memory of the 100 is of one of the Leviathans, and where its home is, where it's currently nesting, which is big, because they're some of the biggest hoarders, and they also have some of the most powerful parts. To slay one is legend. Most of the time, it's to remove the mark, you must merely best it. But besting it could also be outsmarting it. Besting it could be wounding it and taking one of its scales. Besting it could go into its lair and steal some of its prized possessions.
Mm-hmm.
You need not slay it, for it may not be possible.
Okay.
This one has less features, because the memory of the Leviathan kind of racks against some other faded memories. There are more. This one is one of the more intangible, more mysterious ones. It kind of comes and goes. Its abilities have not been properly cataloged and defined. It's actually rare for this thing to nest at all, which means it brings its wealth with it.
Okay.
It's also been
That's
tempered by the depths in the extreme.
Of course.
And you will need extreme depth mods on your armor to attempt it.
Understandable.
But hunted by it means it will not particularly go after you. It's just you have.
I'm a target.
You are part of. This thing is now connected to your story.
Right.
Which means you have to do something with it. But it doesn't stalk the halls for you until you get down at the lower area. It'll leave you alone until you get down to where it nests, and then it's showtime.
Okay.
As for the other 54, you remember that the caches that you specifically in the memories are actually fake. There are loot in them, but they're not the real stuff he hid.
Right.
There's a scavenger's map hidden somewhere in one of the caches that you have to decode. And that is where he actually puts his real possessions. The ones that he would basically probably kill another scavenger to keep secret. And then lie about it. But if any of these caches were found, not so much of a great loss. Mm-hmm.
Excelente. So that's was that part of the inscription there? The one she kind of like presses over with the Leviathan's mark.
Yeah, that's 100. Yeah.
No, I'm talking in character. When she sees that the mark manifests.
Yeah, she'll kind of stalk back and forth and kind of tap on it. Your story has evolved. Good. This is good. Let it be known you are not a coward. Good. Kind of crosses her arms behind both sets of arms behind their back, and kind of walks off a little bit, kind of nodding. Good. If your story is complete in the proper way and you resolve the little tryst you have with the Leviathan, you can keep its mark, and it will grant you something, both good and bad.
Okay.
Terrible and wondrous. Your story will be something.
That's all I can hope for.
Hazard, I hope you learned something.
I have.
Good. Now, with your combo of skills, you can pre-inscribe with the method that I showed you.
Mm-hmm.
To tease and pull and coax the metaphysical, the memory, And then you can do your bonk, tank, whatever the third one is.
Dunk.
Donk, yes, that one.
So with this, Alhazred could literally jump in, do some intent inscribing on a person, and then just donk a memory out of them?
Yeah, or donk the metaphysical into someone.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can use inscriptions to literally be an anchor for metaphysical concepts and or memories. This is also a good method to, I don't know, infuse a soul into another body.
It's all coming together.
Mm-hmm. You would have to do some incredible inscription work. Probably 100 hours of inscription work for a very ancient and powerful soul with to a very specific body. But then you go, book the soul into the body, and then boom. And then they don't even have to learn the body. It's as if they were born with it. They learn all of the muscle memory, all of the body's memories, and what it's done. And it's a little disorienting because they basically gain a second set of memories that are also theirs now. And through the inscription work would also be a protection that is like, yes, these are mine. They're not going to override who I am. I get both sets and they're both mine. So wild, absolutely wild. And there are more intent grade crafts and trades to be found by the shaman's recollection. There are 6 more you can get. 1 from each of the hunter tribes or clans, and then 2 from the scavs clans. But you have the caretaker's intent craft. Good.
You said 4 from the hunter clans and 2 from the scaver clans.
7 total intent grade trades.
Boosh.
You may not probably get all of them, or any more than what you have now, because they are coveted. Usually only the shaman knows that trade. Right. And or someone that has traded something of equal value to learning the skill.
Right.
Well done.
Woo.
This is good. Very, very good. Kuzmo, you may not be clan, but is there anything I can help you with?
Kuzmo.
Anything we can help you with?
What?
Is it Kuzmo? You may not be clan, but is there anything we can help you with?
I don't know, actually. I gotta just kind of just meandered over here because everyone else is over here.
Gravitating towards the community, yes.
Oh, towards the action, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't think of anything. Anyway, well, I know you mentioned something about needing to prepare these suits for deep diving, so that?
No, that would be an upgrade.
Yes. Oh, actually, wait, yes, I have this harpoon.
Mm-hmm.
I need it implemented into the suit.
You're free to use the clan's workbench.
Yes, I do that. Also, I took the exploding chemicals and put them in the tent for you, so yeah.
Wonderful.
I
Do you wish to sell those, or are you going to wish to merely store them? Because technically they are your salvage.
I will happily take payment for them because I don't even know what I'm going to do with them.
Ah, yes.
So, yes.
The individual comes over to a desk, pulls out a drawer, and pulls out a couple small, almost wood carved, almost like totems. They're very kind of Aztec looking, with a great detail from the carving. They kind of twist and turn on itself. Almost looks like kind of like this gnarled oak or this gnarled wood cluster, and then it was carved into some really odd shapes. And she'll set 2 on the table. Salvage chits. You can redeem them with any clan. Salvage chits.
Salvage chips.
Chits.
Chits.
Yep.
So I did hear you heard the first time. And how many is there?
2.
2. Cool. Alright, now I'm going to attach this harpoon gun to my arm. Or my shoulder, something.
You'll need an external mount if you want it to be shoulder. Actually, no. Never mind. There's plenty of ways you could do it, especially attached to the shoulder.
Yes.
Feel free.
What?
Feel free to use the workbench.
As I shall. And I will. And he will do that right now.
Like he will right now, like put his suit and the harpoon gun on the bench, and attempt to formulate a way to shoot many spears from his arm or shoulder.
You just gotta tell me where you want it. Do you want it on your arm, your forearm, or do you want it on your shoulder? And if so, which shoulder and which arm?
Yeah, I feel like his spear is already a 2-hand spear, so it might as well be the shoulder.
All right, which shoulder?
We will make it the right shoulder.
Very well. Tech use, please.
Hey, I actually have trained in that, and also, would that be the one that my cunning not smart would come in play?
Yes, that's the whole point of your suit.
Excellent. So I will, in fact, go ahead and just substitute my int on there for. Well, I can't do that. So willpower plus dead. And also, I asked because you told me to ask ahead of time, so I can just start adding stuff to the list.
So, you flawlessly add this harpoon gun to the right shoulder. It requires you to manually aim it, since you don't really have any technological parts to help you track a target with, with a gesture.
Well, I pretty much need to turn my body to aim it.
Precisely. And you'll have to level your body, and there's no reticle. But the power is increased, and the penetration is increased. In addition to the speed of the projectile.
So what's the actual stats on it?
Right. It does limit it to 1 harpoon. And the harpoon, you have to manually retrieve it. If you do have to leave the area, it will disappear and eventually be added to the next cache you find.
Wait, this harpoon. This only shoots a single harpoon. It's not even attached to a cable or something.
You have no cable reel.
What? There. Well, I'll have to go find one. Include also a cable, I guess. So I literally only have one harpoon.
Yeah, it only had one harpoon.
Okay, I guess I might have to find more harpoons or a cable to retract said harpoon. Yeah. Right, shoulder harpoon gun. With a spear, no less. He's about to make a Predator reference, isn't he?
Sorry,
oh, no, wait, no, that's the GM. He's just writing stuff down.
Shoulder mounted harpoon.
Does fell willpower and infamy bonus in D10s?
Yeah.
Oh. Projectiles travel at double velocity. What does double velocity even mean?
Double the speed. It travels twice as fast as it normally would be fired.
Ah.
The pen on it can puncture medium grade armor. Or armor plating.
10 medium grade armor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's good.
That is good. Doesn't give me a good idea of how much pen that actually is.
Pen actually down here is based off of the lethality of the weapon. The pen actually is by tier rating. You can have all the damage in the world, but if the weapon doesn't puncture the plating on the certain classification of armor, it might as well do fuck all.
I'm trying to think a way of formatting this in my head. Could you please explain that in a way that makes sense?
All right. In the realm of assigning value ratings or armor class ratings to suits, basically super light suits like Alhazard has, 1 armor.
Yeah.
It does as long as you have a pen rating on the weapon, which all weapons down here will have a single pen, it can puncture his suit.
Yep.
Light armor grade is 10. Medium grade is 20, and then it goes up by figments of 10. Super heavy class is 50 armor. You basically have the equivalence of 20 pen.
So I have a pen 20. That makes more sense then. Yes. Good. Its range is a lot, I would assume.
No, not really.
Okay. Or is that the velocity thing?
It does increase the range, absolutely. Mm-hmm. But what it does is it makes it harder to dodge, harder to get out of the way. It fires fast, even in the waters here.
Double velocity.
So it basically would will grant inescapable because of the double velocity. So they get negatives to dodge. As for
range is like what?
30 meters.
30 meters.
That's ideal range. If you catch them within 30 meters, it will be inescapable. If you catch them outside of 30 meters, they can dodge without penalty.
Uh-huh.
So maximum range is 60. Ideal range is 30 or less.
Yeah. All right, so within... So actual range is 60, but maximum, but ideal range is 30.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. And then its reload is, I assume it's irrelevant because it only fires once.
Yeah, you have to go grab it, and then you stick it in there.
But assuming I find more javelins, what would you assume? It would be like a full...
Yeah, it'd be a full turn. You have to pull the spear out, put it in.
Cool.
They're also harpoons, not javelins.
This is... No. It's a javelin. It doesn't have a hook. Like, it doesn't have a hook. It doesn't have a cable. It's not a harpoon. It's just an underwater javelin. Words mean things.
If that's what you like.
Yeah, I'm even gonna go look it up in case I'm wrong. So there's a good chance you might actually be able to go, haha, you were wrong. But yes, but it does much damage.
Yes.
More damage than Flare Edge, actually.
No, you have a really large amount of flat. Your Flare Edge does way more flat damage. It does more D10s.
Flat damage, you're right.
Right. You also don't get to apply your strength bonus.
True. Oh, true. But I do get to add the
agility bonus.
Martial bonus. Agility bonus?
Yeah, it's your ability to. The ranged weapons usually have an agility attached for extra damage.
Do they?
Actually, that's D&D. Sorry. No, it'd be a flat.
Yeah, I was like, that would make a lot of sense. That would make too much sense.
D&D does that. They allow you to add your dex modifier to damage for ranged weaponry. Sorry.
And yes, I was right. Harpoon is a barbed or spiked spearhead attached to by a rope or attached to with a rope or chain. So.
Right. It says a barbed head, but he doesn't have the rope or chain.
So I guess it would still technically be a harpoon, but just not a full-fledged harpoon.
It's a full-fledged harpoon. It just doesn't have your ability to reel it back.
It is a currently broken harpoon. That's fair.
It ain't broke. It just requires 2 upgrades to get this to be working the way you want it to.
To be functional. Gotcha. Well, no, it's functional now. It's functional. It's just I need to find a rope. Oh well.
Gropey rope.
Yeah, ropes are so hard to find anyway. Like.
Yeah. I mean, the gropes aren't that hard to find.
Yeah, no, Kuzmo finds gropes all the time. He could literally just kidnap a creature from the depths below, lever work him a powerful hide strand, a strand of hide ropes, and just tie that shit on. So it's not a big deal, actually. But yes, much damage, much hurt. Very happy.
They should hurt. All right. Behold. You have your first upgrade.
Yay.
I will do them a shooting. I mean, also that, and I can also just throw sonic blasts at people under the water. So this is
the scavenger chits are very important. They allow you to irrevocably and unchallenged, redeem from the other clans. It's our monetary system. Everyone's agreed on it. Everyone uses the same method. It's an IOU.
So it's gold.
Yes,
made of
I
wood.
suppose.
Yes. I do want to admit it does. At first, I was wondering why your currency was wood, because wood is so much not like gold, because gold would actually be able to survive on Earth. But they realized that's what makes this wood valuable, because it's valuable wood would have rotted long ago under the water.
No, it's made from the vines on the walls. Think on that. Valuable. They're indestructible. How did they get carved? How did they get shaped?
Yeah, so scarcity, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
To you all, the objective value of gold is not as much as the value of these jets. So interesting.
Well, outside of here in the depths, they don't really have that much value other than being indestructible.
Yes.
Because they mean nothing to those who can't use them here.
All currency eventually leads back to gold. Any economy that doesn't acknowledge the inherent value of gold is doomed to fail.
Necessarily. What if gold doesn't exist for them?
Yes, Farak, that was I am fully aware of what I just said. That's what I'm referencing.
Go ahead there, Johnny. Or not Johnny, Blatt.
Some societies may not even understand what is gold, or have never seen it. So how can they?
Right.
Because
the only reason gold has an intrinsic value is because it was discovered that gold purity could be tested in a simple and meaningful way, meaning that gold serves as an abstract currency that stands in for literally goods and services.
Yes.
It's also very shiny.
System.
It's also immortal. Gold does not degrade like iron. It isn't permanently knocked out of shape like many other things.
It's a moderately good superconductor. And it's potent very magically. Yes. Magically, there's some potence to it. It's got a very strong magical resonance, which is why dragons like to bury themselves in it, because it reflects exterior magical energies and allows them to, well, sleep for long periods of time without being woken up by every little thing.
Yep.
Well, you won't find any gold here.
I am fully aware of the value of gold. Even before I took Gurnberg, I had more of it than many people ever conceive of in their small, miserable lives. I stole it.
I will say this, mind you, especially for you, Ahazred, the flowers and the flower petals and the stamens do have value in chits. It is a 10 to 1. 10 scavenger chits can get you 1 stamen stalk or 1 petal. As for nectar, those who find 1 drop of nectar will not trade it to you, for they will keep it for themselves.
I wasn't groaning.
Makes sense.
I just realized I have an entire floor at my disposal that is filled to the brim with gold.
There's no gold to be found here.
True, or is it? But the main of gold that is within the 6th floor is it just kind of really depreciate the value of gold because of how much of it there is.
Does it?
You realize that there are multiple universes worth of gold.
Yes.
That's all been lost into this place.
I didn't think of it being as the sum of all gold lost to the cosmos.
If you,
true.
Kuzmo, if you don't need a bunch of the gold, I'll take it off your hands. Just because it's comfortable to sleep on. It insulates my senses against exterior magical influences.
That's actually the thing. I used to sleep on gold just for the hell of it. And it does have some magical essence. That said,
you can actually differentiate the quality of the gold.
It's good for my back.
Yes. By laying on it, you can determine that. That said, I've always enjoyed, when I'm not sleeping alongside Coral, I tend to sleep in a nice, cozy campfire.
Well,
just cover like a 5 foot, like a 3 to 5 meter area in burning coals, and just lay down on it. It's so warm and comfy.
What you can do, if you have too much gold and you're worried about the depreciation and devaluement of the gold due to the amount of the sheer quantity of it, you can actually differentiate the difference in gold quality and gold tiers by enchanting them.
Oh, actually, that's a good point. I was also just thinking, is like perhaps I could use this influx of wealth to, in fact, destabilize several economies and perhaps supply aid to certain
Curse them.
individuals that curse them.
Yes.
Oh, curse the gold! Ooh, yes.
Gold
I
has
like
a very, very
I was
large
talking
tendency to be.
I was talking about like marketplace depreciation, like Makauki told me about this one time. But and using it to fund groups that are trying to cause mayhem within the labyrinth. But cursing the gold—that is a fun idea.
Curse gold properly and permanently, it does have to have a very sordid and horrible history, and not just including death. There has to be suffering and misfortune and all general forms of darkness.
What?
Blood gold.
Blood gold.
People who have done horrible wrongs to others in the throes of greed and avarice. Sometimes they're killed over it. Sometimes there's treachery. There's a sordid and dark history to the gold. Lives have been snuffed out for its supposed worth. And if it happens over a long period of time, it becomes blood gold. And very cursed.
So if enough blood has been spilt over that gold, it becomes blood gold.
Yes. It's actually one of the most valuable types of gold you can have. Especially if there's iconography on the gold. Because that iconography then carries the weight and the sins of, or the history of the group whose iconography is placed upon it. Solicon gold is the worst and the most cursed gold there is. It can be a freshly minted bar, but the moment they put the iconography on it, it is so cursed.
So
that's why I don't keep That's why I don't keep it with the rest of my hoard.
So this process is, in fact, infused so much murder into the gold, it is in fact cursed.
Yes. Also, it bears the weight of the history and of the symbology. You can put one brick of Solicon blood gold into the reserve of somebody else's financial reservoir, and that society will collapse probably within a decade.
That is worth to know. I'll have to think about that.
And also, I gotta hop up for a second because I got things to go take care of. Be right back. Shit, sorry.
Shit happens, I suppose. So we got his harpoon gun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like some good damage.
Yep. So, Johnny, there's a armor system here.
Okay.
So, ultralight armor has 1 armor.
Right.
Pretty much all weaponry can penetrate through it.
Yep.
Light armor has 10, medium 20, heavy has 30, super heavy has 40, and juggernaut armor has 50. Basically, his weapon has the equivalent pen of 20 because they can penetrate medium tier armor.
Right.
Plating. So down here, if you don't meet or exceed the armor rating, your weapons will do no damage. No matter how high the damage quality is.
Yeah.
It does not penetrate. So we just give it a numerical value, but what technically it is story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is literally plot armor.
Yeah. Okay, that's pretty neat. Well, it's nice that I have light armor. That should work out well.
Right. So if anything doesn't have special
Lightly plot
penetrating
armor.
qualities to it, it'll literally bounce off of you because
Yeah.
plot armor.
Yeah.
That makes me laugh.
Yes. Do you see what I have built here? I have
Yeah.
literally worked a mechanic called plot armor into my game logically.
Yeah. What's funny is I'm the only one without some.
I mean, you got one.
I've got one.
No, all weapons penetrate super light armor.
All weapons have at least one pen, so I don't have any plot armor. My plot armor is paper thin. I'm a fucking old grizzled mentor, man.
You're one of those guys that doesn't need plot armor. I don't need to be crippled by this plot. Hell, I don't need to be supported and lofted up because I don't have enough character and wherewithal and ability to defend myself. So what is the plan, clansman?
If you need more things done here, Sean, I will wait. But I wish to dive again.
Then dive. I will say this. If the call to dive is upon you, unless there is something so urgent that it must keep you, then dive.
But what about diving with a buddy?
That also is what we call urgent. There are many of the hunter clans who are solo divers. The caretaker clan, we dive as friend, or dive as a group.
Right. And I am part of the caretaker clan.
You are. So dive with these. These two here. Hazard, I suppose you are satiated enough in your pursuit of knowledge.
Never.
Currently, at this present moment in time, are you not? Is there never enough of a sized morsel that you need to take a moment to digest before you consume your next meal? Or is it gluttony for you? More.
More until enough.
But what is enough?
I'll know it when I find it.
Have what I taught you in this moment before your next dive does not classify as enough before you resurface?
I would find more practice, learn more, perfect it, and no, I would not stop learning.
That is not my intent.
In fact, you have fed me once, and now I am hungry for more.
Yes, but that is not my intent to prevent you from, for this to be the end of your road of learning. Merely that in between your next dive and resurfacement, you are satiated. For when you beach again and find haven out of the depths, that you are ravenous for your next meal. Are you not satiated? At least for now. Or at least full enough.
I suppose that would be more accurate than any other.
Go ahead and make me in scrutiny.
Scrutiny. Boop.
Okay.
Yep.
The wording's important.
Yeah.
You're here. You brought salvage. You are clan. You are at the shaman's haven, and the shaman has fed you as part of guesting laws.
Ah,
services.
okay.
Basically,
Cool.
is this not enough? Have I not been a good host?
Oh, gotcha. No, I understand that. It's actually really funny because never mind, that's not important. But yes, he will say, yes, I am quite satisfied.
Wonderful.
I can ask
We are
for no
pleased.
better host.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's actually really funny because in a lot of European countries, if you leave food on the plate, it's a statement of like,
You weren't satisfied.
essentially that you didn't like the food, that your
Yeah.
host has been poor because they haven't acquiesced to your tastes. But in more East Asian countries, you have to leave food on your plate. Otherwise, it signals that you are still hungry and they haven't fed you enough, that they've been skimped or that they've skimped on you. It's really interesting how hospitality changes from place to place. That's why when she was like, "Are you satisfied?" Like that's why when you started explaining that, I was like, "Cool, got it. No, cool."
Yep, you've learned a little bit about the caretakers clan and the way the shaman runs her hosting traditions.
Mm-hmm.
The shaman, once you have done the appropriate steps on your behalf, like bring salvage for the clan, or anywhere, bring salvage to the individual who's going to host you, as kind of a gift of travel.
We presented a gift to the essentially the leader of the house. And then they took us in and showed us hospitality. And then this is the sort of like ending ritual of like essentially them confirming that they've done their job, that hospitality has been met both ways. And this is actually really good because I brought clean water and a fuck ton of it, and they taught me something very valuable, which means things have been honored both ways. Or am I misinterpreting that somewhere?
No, you got it. Around the head.
Awesome.
And beginnings. Hello?
That's you, Johnny. Beginnings has apparently been seized again.
Oh.
They've apparently had a seizure. Don't worry about it.
All right. So I have a thought.
Oh, there you are.
Would the shaman accept the gift?
Sure, but the shaman actually was going to ask you a question. Are you full?
Did everyone disappear? Did I lose my headset? Oh, I did.
Chada!
Yeah, I'm back now. I have like this audio driver, but it's like an external device that hooks up to my headset, just so I could use my mic and my headset at the same time. But if recently it's been disconnecting, and it just did it now. So I was on a different audio driver. But I think you heard me at least, and all I was talking about was I was thinking about making a landmark for the Nocturne, and I was thinking of making a phone, a glacier phone that she can either leave messages on that would then contact me when I'm out of the water, or B, be a ringer. So if I wish to contact her.
This particular bit, we'll start with what you were actually asked a question by the Nocturne Witch.
Okay, I didn't hear the question.
Yeah. Are you satiated before your next dive?
Am I full?
Mhm.
So I don't usually eat much, but you know what?
Being full comes in many forms.
I would like to. Hey, Loki. Um, I will take out some est, and I will eat that. I haven't eaten est before. I've consumed it in other ways, but I haven't ever consumed it into my body.
Sorry, I need to interrupt for like just a minute. You sent me a list of stuff for groceries, and you sent tomatoes on the list, but you said we already had tomatoes.
No, dear. We used them up for dinner last night.
Okay.
Also,
do we need cheese?
No. Also, the
Okay.
line is being recorded.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sure it's okay.
I tried messaging you. You didn't answer.
Right, because I'm getting up and doing things.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye.
All
See,
right.
Loki. So, two thoughts. This isn't water, so let's. Yeah. Anyway, I will eat 5 est. I will put it up to my mouth and see if that consumes it. But I guess being full before dive is a good thing. And yeah, let's.
You weren't paying. You didn't hear anything we did before this.
So I did the whole like cultural thing. Is that what
Yeah.
you want to relate on this? But I think there's another point there though, and are you full is a good thought. And beginning hasn't really thought of eating much, but what the Nocturne Witch has given beginning is more than enough. But I would like to, take my own considerations for myself and not just what the Nocturne's offered.
Hospitality doesn't really work like that, but okay. What do you think?
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I will say thank you again.
I see. Take this then. Armor repair scraps for the road.
I appreciate it.
I will do better next time. Apologies.
Oh, you did more than enough. It is my fault for being so inconsiderate, but from this I can learn, and you yourself have done more than enough. My actions be my own fault and not your own. In return, as clan, I would like to offer something a part of me. A way to get in contact, hopefully. And beginning, we'll take those 10 est that she consumed, and then she will form it into a landmark, a glacier landmark that has a stool, not a stool, a little pedestal, and in return shows a telephone, one of those dial. You kind of put your finger in and move the
a rotary telephone.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
What you're thinking of.
Yeah, and it has just like it's very sturdy, and I will say, if you wish to leave me a message, dial 11. and I will get your message eventually. If I'm underneath the water, I will not get it. But when I do come up, I will hear it. And in return, sometimes it will ring. If this is if this is something not acceptable by this place, then by all means.
You're free to leave it.
I feel like this is something at least I can do. I might not be great at everything, but at least I have some merits about myself that I can share to the people that I care about.
Courtesy is not one of them, though.
Courtesy?
Yeah, Alhazard's just sitting behind you, just like he's got that absolute look of I can't believe you've done this.
Uh-huh.
And he's got like he's like pinching the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers, watching you do this.
First time for everything.
He's just not saying anything because he's gonna let you do your thing.
Uh-huh. And where will she put it? Right here. No. In case she wants to move the garden around, let's put it right here. Okay. Show of hands. I'm ready. What about yourself, Hazard?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll follow behind. I need a moment because Go ahead. I'm going to get ready.
Okay.
It still burns when I go swimming.
Understandable. And then whenever Patriot's back, we get the final confirm and go from there.
You put it up here?
I did. Yep. Oh, thank you.
Okay. If you're ready, line up at the water edge.
Alhazard said he was gonna take some time
Yep.
before to ready himself.
He also wants to talk to the Nocturne Witch about the friggin' inscription stuff, and I think that's meant to be pretty private. Kuzmo, you back?
Looks like he's back now.
Well, if you are both ready, we will dive in. Kuzma has done what he wanted. He got his harpoon ready.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna essentially I want to talk to her about like some final touches of like the inscriptions and like it's just cover my own understanding of it. Not necessarily I'm not like trying to get an extra like check mark or anything out of it. I'm just gonna be like, okay, so this is my understanding of it. Am I flawed in this knowledge?
Test it and come back. Find your
Will
own
do.
petals. Test your knowledge. Push yourself.
And you said it is important as members of the caretaker clan never to take the petals ourselves, yes?
Not from the plant itself, but if you find them among the others, you may try it for them. Once it is plucked, it is plucked. There's nothing you can do.
Understood.
Best not waste it. Mind you, the petals, unless treated in a very specific way, must remain in the depths. Water must surround them and be infused in them at all times until they're ready to be
begin to wilt.
Until they're ready to be used in the alchemical process. Perhaps if you do show proficiency in this, I'll teach you the preservation technique. But for now, you have.
Because I thought she already had. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And he'll give her a nod.
The preservation technique is put it in a jar.
Essentially, put it in a jar of corruption water.
Yeah. There is a drying technique that allows you to literally take them out of the water completely.
Right.
That's the one she's holding back.
Gotcha.
But the preservation technique that she teaches you is just put it in a jar.
Just put it in a jar. Yeah. Sample cup.
Just like that. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You are always welcome back.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys, I'm back. I had to go do a couple of things, including dealing with trying to get a hold of my manager because I might be having to call in sick tomorrow because I'm having some issues and.
Got the
God, it's fucking infuriating.
It happens.
I see.
I mean, I swear to God, I hope we get to fucking kill somebody so I get to be a murderous Kuzma and pretend like I have some fucking control in my life and eat a little more.
No, that's fair. I get that. I'm so vibing with that. Let's go jump in the water and fight some sea serpents, man.
Yeah.
Go jump in the water and fight Cthulhu. Let's do it. All right. Then I'm gonna carefully secure my stuff, take a deep breath, not necessarily psych myself up because Alhazard is a very chill dude that way. He doesn't really need to do that, but just get in the mindset to dive,
Yeah.
Because this isn't something he's super familiar with.
Kuzma, on the other hand, is just going to be rolling towards the ocean in his Kuzmator suit, going ah! and screaming ferociously as he just plops into the water.
Oh my!
I know, right?
Barbarian charge, but rolling in a fish suit.
Be well. Keep your wits about you, or you may lose them. They can be fleeting sometimes.
Give me that gold. I want the gold.
You're swimming in gold, literally.
I meant to sing that when trying. Give me that gold. I want the gold.
You're swimming in it, literally.
This is water.
This is not water.
This is water. It is not
gold.
This
is so not water. Just because it's a liquid, yeah.
But we can see through it. Water is transparent.
So isn't like. Anyway.
I mean, you're right. Vodka is in fact transparent as well. Actually, wait, that would make sense for it too, because something in vodka would burn your skin up pretty good. So maybe this is not water, but vodka. Really demonic vodka.
All right, let's go.
Yes.
What's the plan? Just taking any
We dive.
Towel? Oh, I know you're diving. But how are you going to, what's the plan? Like, how are you going to control which way you're going, or?
So the only thing I can think of is trying to rely on my current memory.
Right.
Murder?
Caretaker clan territory is the smallest.
Right.
But you have no recollection of how big it is. The only information you do have is where the border lies. But how to get there... Caretaker clan sits kind of in a little pocket away from the rest of the group, away from the main thoroughfares. They kind of sit almost like at the end of a very big but very rarely used highway, the very last exit on that highway route before it turns into rural roads.
Mm-hmm.
But hardly anyone ever uses that superhighway anyways. So you got a lot of swimming to do if you want to get anywhere near scavenger territory.
Okay. Hazard, why don't we use your ability to be our eyes and explore this home. And then once we have an idea of this territory, we can move on to the next.
Right. What will I be doing? You have Alhazard doing that.
And you, Kuzma, you'll be the sword. When something comes into play and we cannot deal with it in a different way, you and I can work together to take them out.
Good. I long to let this spear taste of blood for the first time. Also, I'm vibing on this music. This is good. Yeah, it's got that nice subterranean ocean mystery vibe. Like it's a pheromone. It's like, yeah. I could see someone vibing to this in Subnautica. Actually, yeah, why the fuck didn't Kuzma just make a big-ass submarine?
Find that I'm hungry for more.
Submarines are more of the things that come after, remember? That's what you can build once you get enough parts and stuff. Alhazard found a submarine himself.
Yep.
Yes.
Got a big chit for it for trading.
I wonder if I can find some majestic sea beast and ride it into battle.
Majestic? Probably not.
Quiet,
Careful,
you
readers.
tiny tablet of information. Yeah, my phone just went off. And yes, I might have legs, so I couldn't exactly straddle it like a horse, but I could like have a harness and like hold on to that harness and be like, ha ha! You know, and all that shit. Yeah, fuck off. Why are all these flies after my cider? So, Kuroku, we murdered. Good.
If there comes to a time where we need to do the murdering, leave it to you.
It feels like the ocean always provides plenty of chances for death. Whether it be yours or something else's.
Sorry. So, methodology.
Experience that the vacuum of space is far less dangerous than the hellish plains of the ocean.
Are you going to explore clan territory first, or are you going to try and find your way into other clan territory?
Depends. You guys want to fight some folks?
I suggest we try to find the biggest piece of wreckage possible and find one of those shelters we keep hearing about.
I suggested we explore clan territory first.
Also,
and then after getting a sense of home, we can go out and explore the outside world.
Yes, and also I know that I needed to figure this out previously, so Makalki would have been the one left as the administrator for the 6th floor, and I'll go ahead and head Mika be the administrator for the 4th floor. So, like, in case you were still thinking of that in the background, that's how I solved that.
Okay.
Yeah, because they both listen to me, and now if they're both administrators, that means both those floors are under my control. It's the perfect system.
So there's the Scavenger clan, and then there's the Salvager clan.
Yep, those are the two. Yeah, the two Scavenger clans. They're called They have a little different variations.
Some uniqueness for sure.
Why are these clans so specialist?
Because they needed that to survive.
Okay, but like the Scavenger clan could be the caretaker, the Scavenger can't hunt things. Like, wait, is this just a specialty, or is this like legitimately the clan?
That's literally the clan name.
Yeah, but is it denoting that they just have a higher percentage of scavengers, or is it that everyone is a scavenger and they can do nothing else?
Potentially decent question, but I have also said multiple times that that's what they specialize in. Because your suit has its own custom story, and it's built with purpose. Salvager clan and the Scavenger clan, they specifically have suits built for recovery, reclamation, collection.
Okay then, well, let us go for trying to find something big and either kill it or make it a base. Ooh, or gold. Let's find some of this ocean gold.
You're in it.
You keep saying that. This is just liquid. It's an ocean.
Ocean of what?
Like,
Ocean of what?
Liquid itself.
What is liquid?
Valuable. It's ocean. If it's not water, it's going to be something else.
Do you know what we're in right now?
No. Maybe I assume it was some sort of demonic water. Because you said something to that accord.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And
Okay, I can't. Okay, I'm sure Chris would actually remember this, but I'm actually drawing a blank. Shall I go ahead and try to roll a thing to actually pull up the knowledge that Kuzma would probably have already known?
With your cunning, which is based off willpower, you should pass it automatically, right?
Oh, true. I didn't know if he was going to allow me to use my willpower on that. But then again, like, it's easy to say he willed himself to remember all the important shit. Buttons.
And those are the certain classes, eh, Matt? Okay.
Those are the hunter clans.
Oh, hunter clans. Oh, so one clan hunts the Leviathans, one's Goliaths, one's the Titans, one the Colossus. Is that what you're saying?
That's their names.
Oh, okay.
That's their clan names.
All right.
All the hunters specifically have something along the lines of those things.
Right.
But that's just they use a different approach than the three lesser clans.
Wait a minute.
They use
the
names as a channel. They use the power of the name itself.
They're the hunting. Yeah, I got you. They're hunting, and they use that. Okay, I got you.
Yep.
So you're telling me there's no hunter clan Kraken? There's no one out there with an unusual amount of taste in weeb-ass swords in tangible form.
Is that in character or out of character?
That was absolutely in character, and you know it.
Well, you guys are you're in the dive, so that's up for the others to answer.
It was for literally anyone to answer. He's waiting on it. Fishy.
I don't think anyone's going to take the bait.
It's funny because we are in the ocean.
Is that why it's funny?
Yes. Fishy.
So before we go any further, let's decide. Are we going to go outside and explore more of the territory of the scavengers, or are we going to explore this home first and then go from there?
I mean, no reason we can't explore around. I mean, we do have to crush the upper floors and make our way to the floor above, but that is, I suppose, something that can be done at any juncture. Although we are on something of a time limit, as the place is the whole of the labyrinth is receiving a wider influx. Essentially, things are getting worse here. We're not necessarily on a timer so much as we are more powerful things are coming in.
I would like to explore more of the inner sanctum here for my home.
Okay.
The consensus?
We dive.
Dive!
Go for the clan territory, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll me. Since you are clan, you get double the exploration chance dice.
Oh,
You're gonna
nice.
get 8 d10s per person. Drop lowest 4.
Nice.
Drop highest 4. You mean?
Drop highest 4. Sorry,
I won't.
my
remember
bad.
that. That's okay.
Drop highest 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said D10s. Did you mean D100s?
Yeah,
D100.
D100. Sorry, my bad. Bobbled. D100s. Drop highest 4.
Oh, you got two
Oh,
13s.
get rid of those 80s and 90s, huh?
Kuzmo, roll me 8d100. Drop highest 4.
8d1.
You can copy paste what Alhazard has. That would be ideal.
Yeah, 8D100 DH4.
Oh, I see.
Haha! It's almost like the system becomes intuitive when you know what you're looking for.
Yeah, thanks for that. No, now I feel greatly inadequate.
Is it considered a double that Alhazard and I both got 13?
8D100, not
Oh my
HA100.
God! How did I fuck that up?
I'm not sure. D and H are pretty far away from each other.
Yeah.
I was about to say, it's like.
So, Kuzmo, I've prepared a PowerPoint presentation for
Oh, very nice. Also a 30. I got a 30 as well. There's 2 doubles there.
Cool. Beginning.
What?
Yes.
What do you mean, what? That's the name of that character. Beginning, yeah.
Yes.
Literally, that's what he named. The
name of the character, yeah.
Yeah, name of the character.
There's something about the lettering that's important there of why I chose that name.
Yeah, so clan territory is rather populated with goodies.
Oh.
Either that or it's just a lot more apparent and easy to see.
Okay.
Actually, Kuzmo, I'm gonna actually unfortunately have you reroll. I forgot you're not clan.
It's true.
You roll.
Oh, well, what the fuck?
What do you mean?
As from what I can tell, I got really good rolls. It's like, oh yeah, nope, don't count.
So what we'll do is for those rolls, I'll have you roll a 1d2 for each. If you roll a 1, you discard it. If you roll a 2, you keep it. The first.
Okay, that sounds fair.
Yeah. So.
I hate to be that asshole, but all his rolls are presented. We could just take the first 4.
I'm gonna be fair.
Fair. All right.
Yeah, so it's like, ooh, I got really good.
So
shit.
roll
like,
a 1d2. Roll a 1d2. Actually, I'll do it. It's fine. I'll just do it this way.
Here. No, I got it right here.
All right.
There's 4 of them.
No. Just roll them one at a time.
Oh. In that case, back.
Okay. The 92 is discarded. Next one. You'll keep the 3. Next one. You'll keep the 83.
Oh.
If he rolls it. There it goes.
No, next one. You'll discard the 96. Next one.
Sorry, shit.
No.
My brain did the math wrong on that. Somehow it's like.
It's just a Aparo enter, bro.
Yeah.
All right, you'll keep the 40, and then the 95. I don't know.
Keep the 95. And that should be it, right? She should only have 4 rolls.
One. Yep. So keep the 3, keep the 83,
83.
keep the 40, and then keep the 95.
Nice.
So you'll be keeping the 3 and the 40. Because it'd be 40, 10, drop lowest 2. You get 2 rolls. I just needed to see the first 4 dice kept is what I was going for. Okay, so, sorry, I forgot you didn't clan up. So we're gonna start with Croco.
I don't want to be owned by that shit.
That's fine. That is a absolutely viable choice. You're 30.
Me or him?
No. Please listen. I went all the way to the top for whoever rolled first. We settled which rolls you got, and then I went back to the guy who rolled first. We'll resolve it in order.
Oh,
I'll let you roll first next time, Kuzma.
I see. Oh yeah, no, because you also got the 30, but it was shaded out, so I didn't think you were counting that.
Yeah.
Well,
I just did it wrong.
I was confused.
By the way,
rolled it
Kuzma.
backwards because I said the wrong set of instructions, so we're actually using the ones that are grayed out instead of the ones that are prominent because it was supposed to be dropped the worst rolls, which are highest rolls. Yeah.
Right. That was my confusion because I didn't think he had a 30. I thought the only one that had a 30 was me. I was listening. I just misunderstood.
Okay.
So
I thought the 30 was a double because we were riding with Kuzma, but it's not. It's I'll just even discard that unless I roll it, not my. Yeah. So 30. It's 30. It's a beautiful tens place. Got a 3 in front of it. It's nice. Good shit.
Nice clean 0 there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what they say? A goose egg is the best kind of egg because it's a goose. And intrinsically, all people are actually geese. Because we're edible and delicious like a chicken, but also angry and vicious like a cobra. And really, if you think about it, a goose is just a cobra chicken.
Okay. You are actually going to find a some sort of kind of blossom flower, but it looks vastly different than the one that Hazard finds. And upon approach, the thing stirs. It's a snake. It's a water snake, and it has the head looks like a flower, an orchid.
Okay.
And it just kind of pops an eye, kind of shifts its head back and forth to tell you to back the fuck off, and then kind of settles back in.
Not need to fit.
What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna disappear into this.
It's your first creature you ran into.
Yeah. I'm gonna look at more into it. Like, is it more of a snake or is it more of like a plant?
Both. It's a hybrid.
Hybrid. Okay.
It's we call it this one would be a viper orchid.
Viper orchid. Okay. I'll have Halo catalog this this creature.
I actually have a picture for it, dude. Let me pull it up for you. Upload. Find this. And then scroll through the sheer massive amount of. Dear God. I'll find it eventually. You guys can catalog it and whatnot.
Definitely not going to kill it. I'm going to get an idea of its length. So I will.
12 feet.
Just 12 feet. Does it look like it's hiding anything?
Yeah, it's using a dead diver as a as kind of its nest right now.
Okay.
That's what it looks like.
That's cute. Question: can I use my my talent of orchestra from Legion to try to sing it to sleep?
Might be hard to do that without the proper Vox emitter upgrade in the depths.
Okay. Nice thought, though.
The suit is virtually undamaged except for about 4 dual puncture marks.
Yes, I imagine. What type of? So okay, that's
this is one of the hunter clans. It's got a lot of spikes. It's got a lot of heavy plating. It's got several weapons. This guy got bit and just died.
What is the armor class on this?
Heavy.
Heavy, yeah. So I definitely can't tangle with it too much.
And then it kind of goes and slithers in through the large, because it has that big old diver bell helmet with the when you slide over the head, and it's this big old orb that has multiple portholes on it. It kind of slithers into one of the ones that it actually broke open, and then it just kind of peers at you, just this one little flower peering out through a broken porthole. Just big enough for somebody to stick their arm in.
Yeah. So thoughts currently. I don't know if, since it's in the caretaker's domain, that if this thing is to be protected, or should I kill this creature, like for the hunter? And
well, you have a interesting conundrum, because you have a perfect example of what that the redemption story that you were about honor and getting favor with one of the hunter clans.
But at the same time, it's within the
it's the caretaker, and you don't know if this is a pest or if this is to be protected.
Exactly. What does my gut tell me about this this creature? Is it to be protected? Because that's what I'm feeling.
Roll me influence.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do that right quick. Pretty sure it's 90, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Oh, it's my magic number.
This is a precious species for the caretaker clan. These are actually cultivated protectors. If a hunter comes trolling around, these motherfuckers will kill anything that doesn't wear the clan mark that is hunting in this place.
Well, that's a beautiful 11, and it's a double, and my gut told me it was correct. So I will, like I said, catalog.
They can be reasoned with, kind of, maybe. You're not sure. They may relinquish their kill, but you have to. There's some sort of order of operations or ritual that you need to do to get it. Your 11 will tell you this thing can take down. It's got the ability to kill heavy armor.
Yep.
Probably no greater. But it also has one of the unique abilities to actually puncture weakened spots on armor. So it has the vulnerability trait.
Right. Okay.
So it can actually take down much more powerful and much more armored opponents by targeting
this tiny adorable little snack gonna murder the shit out of everybody.
Yeah, no, this the venom is infused with the power of the depths. So it's basically getting a undiluted, unfiltered Nokrin dose.
Shit.
And it usually doesn't bite once.
Right. Okay.
But you do know even if you do approach and threaten it, if you bear the clan's mark, the caretaker mark, it will not harm you.
Yeah.
But it will be pissed. And will be less likely in the future to come to your rescue. Because they're pretty territorial of their kill. There is a way to have it relinquish its kill to you. You just don't know the method.
Yeah, my first thought is to bop it in the nose, like you do with the other flowers. But did I see Alhazard do that and not even talk to him about that? Because I don't want to metagame that otherwise. Instead, I'll bring it to, because this is a combined story, I will bring it to the group and tell Alhazard, since he is clan, about the creature and what I feel about it, and how it seems that we protect it, and it protects us from the other clans.
Okay.
It seems that there's a way to, let's say, disarm it, but I do not know the proper procedure. So I just wanted to let you know that they're about it, and maybe even show you.
Sure. Let me see.
Yeah. If you don't mind, Kuzma, just staying back just a little bit, not too far, but I don't want you to get close.
What?
For your own protection. I'm not trying to
For
be...
my own protection? What do you think is in there? What do you think I'm not capable of handling?
For one, I don't want you to hurt it. And two, it has taken something that has a higher armor class than you do. So, like I said, don't take offense to it.
I'm tough as fuck.
I'm not going to let
you
you...
understand you may not willing to hurt it, so actually I will stand back because of that. You're right. I can be a little excitable.
Show me this snake.
I showed the snake.
All right. I go now. Take a look at the snake. All right, DM. I'm gonna look at the snake. The snake. I am bearing the clan symbols. So the snake won't attack me, right?
From what you've been told, roll influence.
Okay.
This looks tasty as fuck. Like, if you ate one of these, this would be a keystone.
Oh.
But at the same time, their coloration's not too far off of the vines around them, which means they're not indestructible and unkillable. But their bodies have extremely sophisticated defense. You do know through your predatory sight that the head and the flower petals are its only weakness.
Right.
It's actually very vulnerable in comparison, just like any other of the flowers. You can only offer it something that it lacks, because you can tell through your predatory sense that these things get more powerful the more petals they grow.
Oh,
and the bigger the petals and the more sophisticated the growth. So it will relinquish its kill for one flower petal.
Okay.
Which none of us have.
Currently, yeah.
I'm gonna look at the kill. What is the?
It's gonna shake its head back and forth, side to side, to kind of like a way a rattler would.
Right.
It swishes the petals back and forth in the depths.
Right.
Kind of like, fuck off. It's mine.
Oh, cool. I'm just gonna look at it and be like, no, relax. And I'm gonna boop its snake.
It's gonna chomp on your finger without fangs. Without fangs.
Right.
It conk.
I'm gonna look over the thing that it's killed, and sort of just like eyeball the stuff it's got. while I'm playing with the snake.
Roll Tyrant's Eye.
Alhazred, don't leave the snake in front of us.
Snub my snake.
So you're playing with other people's snakes in front of people. Okay.
Yeah, it's a clan
if
snake.
I did that,
We all
would
share
get
the same
mad at
snake.
me.
Okay. This thing, the kill is all heavy armor. Its breastplate is a super heavy armor breastplate. The weapon it has is cruel, sadistic, and meant to maim, hook, and just do incredible amounts of damage. It can easily penetrate heavy level armor. And is also considered a multi-tool for different types of hooking and killing. The armor has high maneuverability because it has a water jet system. It has a turbine for extreme speed, for pursuit, and or fleeing. This is quite a find. Like this, if you came across this guy, he would fuck your group up so bad.
Okay.
You're probably looking at 20 different upgrades. All of them are pretty good.
Okay. And I'm looking at it and I'm like,
These protectors are pretty badass. They can
right?
just bite one of these guys, and then he's like, "Ah, fuck!" and then gets bit and bit and bit, and then bit one more time, and then he just keels over and dies. And then it breaks the glass, and then goes in and bites you more.
All right.
Unlike other snakes, this thing actually kills you via the spider's way. Uses its venom to melt you, and then it kind of slurps you up.
Yep. Okay.
It's definitely giving you. I'll fuck you up. Don't you boot me.
Hazard, let's come back sometime once we find some petals.
Yeah, these things will protect their kills for a long time. Because it also makes a really protective cocoon for it to be able to hide and ambush you, because people will actually come out and be like, "Oh my god, it's a suit of armor. Look at that thing. It's pristine." And they go to loot it, and this Viper Orchid comes out and goes, "Surprise, bitch!" And then it fucks you up.
Right.
So yeah. Because it's in clan territory, you can always find this thing. You know exactly where it is.
Yeah, it's been cataloged.
Yep.
Okay.
I'd rather have the snake on our side more when we need it. And another hunter might come through and see some easy prey.
Yeah,
if you want to be a dick, you can put an emergency distress beacon on this thing.
No reason to tempt things.
Speaking of which,
I found it.
Speaking of which, your other two rolls I'm putting together, the 13 and 19, you get a distress beacon call down the way.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to exclaim too loud, but I found that song I've been looking for fucking ever.
Oh, good.
Sure.
Yeah, the one that he played. I'm like, damn, where this shit comes from? This shit smacks.
Sure. As you go down further, there is a nest of these things. There are dozens of suits.
Okay.
It is a graveyard of hunters and scabbers, and one caretaker suit at the end.
Oh.
There are over 20 Viper Orchids poking their head out, going, "I'll fuck you up."
I'm more curious about the caretaker suit. Is it off to the side compared to the others, or?
No, this guy looks like he was hunted, pursued, and literally skewered into the wall.
And then, okay. So
and that's where the distress beacon's coming from.
I will.
Oh shit!
Looks like a witch hunt. There's way too many hunters.
Yep. And the witch hunt ended up in their death.
Yeah, he basically led them into a an Orchard Viper den.
Yep.
And now the Orchard Vipers are all happy because they have their own suits of armor for a house.
Excellent. What I'll do is go to the caretaker. And
there also is one flower kind of off to the side.
Oh, neat.
Just
so, the flower is still connected, right?
Yep. Connected.
Okay. So I'll bring Alhazard, and I will say, Patriot, please stay away from vipers. They will eat you alive.
So it's a little cove. It goes to a dead end, and at the very kind of back of the cove, there is a little flower that kind of protrudes from the vines, and it just is like, just here, protected by all these other flowers.
I will ask the flower for a petal.
Nope. Fuck you.
I understand.
It doesn't really say no or fuck you. It just doesn't do anything.
Yeah. So, Alhazard, you know what to do with these types of flowers, right?
Yes.
We should do it.
Leave it alone, unless you think there's something behind it.
You don't want to bop it?
Well, if we do so, then it permanently turns away and we lose access to the flower.
Clan policy is to protect them.
Yeah, and it's super fucking protected with 20 goddamn viper orchids.
The clan head did say at any time if you find one, booping it also protects it because it basically flower shoots are actually almost like blisters.
Yeah, it's a weakness on the vine.
Right, and by booping it, you pop the blister and it kind of pulls the flower back into the body.
Oh, fair enough. So if our policy is to like
Boop
permanently hide them, yeah, okay,
hide them.
Yeah, then I'll touch the stamen.
Boop, and it goes eek, and it kind of pulls itself into a little thing and disappears, and then the vines pull away. It will reveal to you. Go ahead and roll me a 1d100. You can roll twice, pick the better of the two, because it's clan territory, and you find a super heavy juggernaut frame.
Ooh.
This would be the hunt lead.
You said a hunt lead?
Yeah, hunter lead. It looks like a clan died out trying to kill this person. There are more than 10 deaths here. This would be probably one of the ancient clans. So, probably the best set of armor among the group.
Nice.
That would have armor of 50 or higher.
Right. Yeah.
Definitely has a whole lot of different things on it, but it also has the largest viper orchard you've ever seen on this motherfucker. And it kind of pokes its head out like, what? My cover! You ruined my cover! Ah! Swish.
I'm gonna pet it.
Definitely the viper orchard matriarch or patriarch.
Right. I'm gonna pet it respectfully.
How dare you pet me? Who do you think I am? Do you not know who I am? Chomp.
No, who are you?
It's gonna chomp your hand without face.
Oh no. While it's chomped my hand, I'm just gonna pet it some more.
Fucking fearless.
Find it. Yeah, this is gonna find a spot that's like that makes it, react positively. And just be like, You know, like the spot where you can scratch behind a dog's ear, and they
Mhm.
just sort of like lean into it.
No, they don't
And
got
if
any.
you, okay,
They're defiant to the end. Swish, swish,
Okay.
swish, swish, swish.
yeah, he's just gonna pet it. Then he's gonna, give a little yank, like a little pull to get his hand out of its mouth.
Yeah. This is enough war loot to provide one of the hunter clans the ability to do what is called a deep dive.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the gear doesn't survive the deep dive. One-time use.
Right.
If it's not rated for that type of depth. So this would absolutely get you, if you turn the whole grouping in, the clan trade or something of that. The amount of suits here would also be worth a submersible. You could strip them and build a submersible from all their suits.
Mm-hmm.
But you'd have to bribe all of the Viper Orchids.
So we need
20
essentially
petals.
21 petals.
Yeah, 21 petals. Or 1 drop of nectar given to the patriarch.
Okay.
I will have you, clansmen, roll 2 awarenesses for unclaimed loot. So some they only really care about the suits, but some of them have accidentally dropped their cargo.
Yeah, for sure.
And you can even pick that up because they don't. You can roll 2, pick the better.
Nah, don't worry, I failed.
Sorry, I'm typing stuff out.
Okay. There is 1 loose pack from. It looks like they actually brought along one of the Salvager clan members as a pack mule, basically as somebody who can carry a large amount of supplies and move very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the pack fell off and is retrievable. The Viper Orchids don't hiss and swish at you when you approach it. There are a couple packs that get really defensive of, and you find there are little baby orchid flowers.
Okay, cool.
So don't touch those. But there are a couple packs, and that you could just pick up and retrieve.
Cool.
Yep. And that'll be it for Johnny's. Basically, you have kind of found out why the Caretaker clan is still alive.
Take care of things, and they take care of them.
Mm-hmm. They're in a pocket of the world that is so hostile and so remote that when people come in, they can wreak havoc, but each individual loss is so significant, it's not worth it.
Okay, so I'll hazard points out the cargo, and I'll
may
carry.
retrieve the Caretaker armor.
Yes, that was my first plan, and then I saw the flower.
Mm-hmm. The Hunters and the Scavenger armor sets are claimed by the local species.
Yes.
But the Caretaker armor is unburdened, besides being absolutely torn and ripped and stabbed to shreds.
Yes.
But you can reclaim it.
I will.
Okay. You will have to pack it up, lash it together, and swim with it.
I have the what's it called again? Let's go to gear. The wire cable. Can I use that to kind of
Oh yeah,
tie it up?
Yeah, the wire cable. It's not an applied upgrade, but you can still lash it with the wire cable.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, for sure.
But you'll have to manually hold on to it. And
that was the
drag it
plan.
along.
That was the plan.
Okay.
I'll leave you with the.
You do
the crate
for
that you
your
found.
armor, for all of you, have lash rigs to your back that are integral to your armor. So if you find cargo, you can pull off the lashing rig and put some stuff in there and then fold over the netting. So everyone has basically a part of the armor devoted to carrying cargo, because that's always been an integral part of the clans.
For sure.
Always be ready to take cargo with you. Never ever go on a trip and not bring something from point A to point B, or find something in transit to bring to point B.
Yeah.
It's bad luck if you don't.
Good to know.
So,
Alhazard.
Yes.
It's your turn. Let's meet back up with Kuzma.
Oh, okay.
Kuzma will tell you of our find, and go from there.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go look at a hazard.
I got a 76, a 13, 41, a 59.
Anything below 50 doesn't count, right, Matt? I mean, everything above 50
you're in clan
count?
territory. You get raised numbers. So things that are single digits can be, within the 20s. Like that's the thing with being clan in your own territory. When you're looking for stuff, you get just better results.
Okay, so the 58 didn't count then.
That was part of the loot there.
Oh, I thought you said only the 13, 19. That's just
no, I included that too.
Combining two of them.
Okay.
I combined 3.
Yeah.
Basically. It's a
Sounds
really
good.
big loot thing.
Yep.
I also made the 58 so that your fourth roll made the caretaker suit available without having to bribe one of the local creatures. Yep. It does have a weapon still stuck in it from the Hunter clan, which you can also reclaim and use.
Everything about that's killed.
It is a Bident.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Don't see a lot of those.
So, the 76. You'll just find an adrift piece of cargo. It's small.
Cool.
But, it's in clan territory. Immediately your eye catches it. You can add one loose piece of cargo to your rig. The 59 is you actually clock another micro pocket.
Okay.
It is protected by a Viper Orchid, but it's not impeding your access to it. It just kind of lurks near it, kind of waiting for ambush of somebody who doesn't belong.
Right. And I'm going to warn Kuzmo that, this micro pocket has a protector that will try and murder you because you're not a member of the clan.
You'll suffer this indignity for just a bit longer because you are in the caretaker clan territory. Once you guys get out of it, you won't have this problem. Everyone will. If there's a danger, everyone suffers the danger.
He might not be back yet, but yeah.
Right. It's a micro pocket. It's filled with essential supplies. It is a emergency cache.
Okay.
So if you need to bug out and find a place to hide, this would, and you need to hide out for a pretty good while, this would be the place to do it. The supplies look newer. They're organized, they're categorized, and they're labeled. So it's not mysterious supplies.
Yeah, Alhazard's going to do the same thing that he did with the last micro pocket he found. Is he's going to essentially bonk together a little thing that just like keeps water out and continuously, makes and recycles clean air.
The last two, the fun bits, the 41 and the 13. 13 is a roll me a 1 to 100 for luck.
Boop.
You can of course fate point it if you don't like it. You're gonna be there is a flower adrift.
Oh, I'm gonna grab that shit.
It only has 2 petals and 1 stamen. It looks damaged. But it's adrift. It's on
100%.
Yep.
And
then floating behind it, not too far off, is the savaged remains of a scavenger clan member.
Oh,
Looks
okay.
New kill, still bleeding. Or still has the gory bits.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm gonna drift over. I'm immediately gonna jar it up in like one of my specimen containers to like keep it safe, and then I'm gonna put that sucker away.
Yeah. As you go collect the scavenger armor, do you go for the upper torso or the lower torso? Because it's been cut in half.
I'll probably direct Kuroko at the lower torso and grab the upper torso.
All right. As you grab the upper torso, and a big crab claw goes and grabs the lower one and pulls it back in.
Oh,
and you hear rending noises as it kind of puts up even the armor up to its little mandibles, and it starts to literally pulp the armor.
Okay.
And you it's really large, and as it moves, it actually pushes some of the vines out of the way. Just kind of
just shoulder checks that shit.
Yeah, shoulder checks it, and the vines are like, "Oh shit, okay, fine, fuck."
I shall name him King Crabclaw.
It does eyeball the other half of the torso. Like, you gonna finish that?
I'm gonna strip off the armor and then toss the actual body towards him.
It just kind of floats. And it kind of snatches it and pulls it in with one of the smaller crab claws and goes, yum, 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 yum. And then it kind of shifts back and hides in the. You completely face from sight, like.
Yep.
From within the vines. The thing is extremely large, but its camouflaging techniques are rather adept.
Nice. Ninja crab.
And as you wait a little bit, kind of lashing it, you do see one little crab claw, kind of one of the smaller ones, kind of wrap its way around the front of the vine, and it between its pincers holds a little petal, and it makes it look like it's caught in the vine.
Ah, this motherfucker.
And you can kind of see the shifting of the larger claws ready to pounce on whoever gets close.
I'm gonna be like, all right, Tomatoa, I got you.
Yeah, no, this thing it understands things of value, has enough intelligence to know what potentially people go for. So it uses stray flower petals and other things of value, like suits of armor, adrift, kind of floating, for ambush.
Noted.
But since your clan, it ain't gonna fuck you up. But it's not gonna let you have the petal. That's what it's used for its next prey.
Yeah. No, that's cool.
And that's all you'll find. And you'll have mapped the very, very small area. It feels like you've been traveling for eons. Time beyond time. But all told, from what you've cataloged in your mind, probably only a couple football fields worth of distance.
Yeah, moving underwater, especially in fucking pitch darkness, is some shit.
All right, you guys have explored decently the clan ancestral territory. And when you reach the edge, there are actual markers you didn't see for the first time. There is a piece of salvage wedged so well into the vines. Looking at it, just your brain immediately says, that's stuck as fuck. I'm just going to leave it. But etched on the side of that crate is the clan flower symbol.
Oh, nice.
To let you know where you're at, so you didn't make a wrong turn and you can't say you got lost. So, would you like to dive into either scaver territory or hunter territory? Because there's no neutral.
What are you guys feeling?
What about Kuzma? What about his rolls?
Oh, that's right. No, Kuzmo, I forgot. I apologize, Kuzmo. Let me get you some stuff.
Kuzma, are you
rolled
back yet?
3 and a 40 was your roll.
Kuzma, you back yet?
Muted, by the way, Kuzma. Well.
Patriot.
He's been gone about 11 minutes at this point. Because he said he had to be right. He was going to be right back at 7:36.
Fair enough.
I keep tracking messages like that. Let's dive.
Oh, wait.
What do you get?
Okay, cool.
Cool. What do you two want to do?
I want to dive.
Yes, definitely. The only thing I'm concerned about for Alhazard is the depth limit, so I don't want to go too far that he can't go into the medium tier.
Fair. Actually, you know what I want to do? While we have some time, I want to swim back to the Viper Orchid that's guarding the door to that safe haven that I found.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to offer it one of my petals that I just got for one of its petals. I'll make a trade.
A, I'm gonna have you roll charm, and B, I'm gonna have you roll influence.
Okay.
And they're gonna be opposed because it's gonna take an immediate massive loss for a long-term gain.
Mm-hmm. But it is right next to a place where it can hide out and grow on that. Do I have any bonuses to this charm because I am a clanner?
Nope. You get to do it because you're a clanner.
Oh, fair enough. Wow, I rolled really good on that one, actually.
Go ahead and roll influence. It'll make the trade, but only because you didn't boop his snoot.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it'll make the trade.
Awesome.
Alhazard, maybe we should go back to the witch. I have this cargo that would be. I'd like to know the rights of for the clanner.
Sure. I'm amenable to that. Let's go.
You guys head back, and you surface.
Patriot's on his way back. He's not back yet. Nope. Whoosh, beached whale.
Now I'll make my way and say, Shaman,
Oh, Clanners. Pleasure to meet you.
Has it been that long?
I don't know.
I'm just gonna take out the intent etching needles and just sort of show them. Like, I'm keeping them close to the chest, but I'm just like pulling them out of a little pocket to show her that I have them.
It has been so long. Welcome back.
Are you well?
As best as I can be, yes.
have brought a gift, but also a bit of sorrow as well. In the beginning, we'll take the clanner and set them down.
An old ancestral armor set. Wonderful. Good of you to bring it back.
I was wondering what the proper rites were. Otherwise,
proper rites straightforward, and they will take a finger and run it around in kind of a circular motion clockwise around the clan symbol and pop that part out of the armor as if they scored it out of the armor piece, and just take that disc. The rest is yours.
Well,
finders keepers.
Beginning, we'll then use the workbench to add this whole set to her armor piece.
You're just gonna throw the whole set in?
In what now?
He's gonna use the full set as one armor upgrade, because I do allow you to use a set as an upgrade, but it can wildly change what your armor story. Fortunately, this is so badly damaged, he's only going to get traces. But again, it's clan armor, so.
So, what you asked for last time was a willpower, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now roll with my unnatural.
Did you want this to be etched first, or do you want to just kind of leave it?
I thought the etching was after.
Hey guys,
so it can be done before or after.
Free etching is a thing.
Pre-etching, I didn't know that. Yes, I would like that actually. Hazard, would you like to work on your craft?
I would. As he's like essentially like untying crates and stuff from himself.
I don't know if improving this would be better or having the damage be a part of it. But I think the etching is still the way to go.
Up, Goose, you good?
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, yeah, sorry guys. I'm doing pretty miserably over here actually. I'm gonna try to stay in the game, but like
what happened?
Honestly, my stomach issues are getting worse. I'm quite concerned I'm gonna have to go on sick tomorrow, and honestly, if they fire me for it, I'm not gonna lose.
Can't fire you for it. They can fire you for other shit, but they can't fire you for not being able to come in.
Right, like especially with the pandemic, like the validity of said pandemic aside, like it's already been pretty sad that they can't really fire my ass for that. Doesn't mean they won't try to find some other bullshit to fire me over, but details.
Right, but that's then.
Yeah. So yes, I'm sorry, I gotta knock this off track. Well, first off, did we skip over Kuzma's load? Y'all still doing?
We went back to the shaman while you were AFK, so that we wouldn't go off and run off and do things without you.
But you have the armor. You have loose salvage and full body spiked armor mod, medium armor class.
Ooh, nice. What does the loose salvage actually do?
It's just loose salvage. You
don't know what's
in it until you open it.
Yeah.
Cool. So the only two things I managed to get were loose salvage and full body spiked armor mod.
Yep.
Medium class, yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna put the full body spiked armor mod on the Kuzmoan armory bits. Kuzmater. Blah 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 blah.
The Kuzmater outfit.
Kuzmater suit, yes.
How do you roll for that? The tech use, using willpower instead.
Yep. Full spiky bits.
Yeah, you can slap that on there.
Yep. I am extra pointy. I have all the poke now. I got a spear, I got a harpoon gun, I got a slightly defective harpoon gun, and I've got spiky armor. I am all the poke.
You could say that you were Mr. Pokey.
Yes.
All back to previous characters. Win.
God. I you know what? I actually felt miserable because the fact that if I hadn't have been kind of if I hadn't made the logical decision of leaving fucking Tableholics, I might have actually been fun to give a fuck you to Mori by having Franklin Miles actually make Mr. Pokey.
Well.
Oh well.
No need to be bitter about it, man. Like,
Well,
Mr.
no,
Pokey
like
will live on in our hearts and our minds as he skewers them both with a power drill.
Yes. I mean, my original thought wasn't out of pay this, but I realized two birds, one stone. Mr. Pokey has come back, and I get to remind Mori that she is nothing special.
Yeah, I still think a clean break from that whole scene was better. Like, you're still fucking lit about that whole group. So let's focus on this one, where things are better.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it was for the best. Doesn't take away from my temptation to fuck shit up. Anyway, yes, this loose salvage. I would like to pry it open and see what juicy bits are in it.
All right. So it cracks open that
armor repair scraps.
Ooh.
Armor repair scraps. I'm gonna hold on to that shit.
Can I use the armor repair scraps that the Nocturne Witch gave me to use in this armor?
Sure, if you like.
Okay.
It'll increase the armor rating from extreme damage to severe damage.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if my only reason I don't want to do that, but you also said that it's only going to be little bits, is that I want to get the memories more on how, like I did with the first thing, because I've learned from that and how if it is damaged, you gain more memories. So I don't know if the severe damage would be the option to gain more from that. But at the same time, if it doesn't give me anything, then why not just put some...
You'll have to roll the dice on it. You're not going to know because you're so new to it.
Never mind then. I won't use the armor scraps. I'll go with my gut, as I have been, and go from there.
Yeah, do
it.
But
I'll hazard the etching still. That's still important.
Yeah. You want that?
Yeah.
All right. What do you what intent do you desire?
Is there intent in here? I thought it was...
Yeah,
I didn't
this
know
is intent shaping, man. This is intent shaping just like my blacksmithing. What is your desire? To quote a certain someone.
The only thing that comes to mind is the memories.
Mm-hmm. Do you wish to remember, or do you wish it to remember for you?
I wish to hold them dear, as a clansman would for another. It is a shame that someone so ancient was lost to us, but from the old comes the new beginnings, and I wish to incorporate that into myself. So overall, let's amplify the memories. I am strong of willed, so I will be able to withstand it. But I'm sure there will be negatives attached.
All right.
This lost one was skewered, and there's also the blade that's a part of this set. The one that was stabbed into the clansman. That is a part of this. It is not separate. So I'm taking it whole. Just as an aside.
Okay. All right. So essentially, DM, I'm going to do that thing where I'm going to go ahead and tease out the memories of the previous wielder. To serve as sort of a spirit guide for whomever puts on the new armor.
Okay.
And this is in shaping at its finest.
There's two stories in this. One,
you'll have to use your one usable dose, one usable ready set of inscribing equipment, which includes the needle and it includes the acid.
Yep.
And you get one shot at it.
Could you help Alhazard out here?
No.
Yeah, no, this particular form of crafting defies things like gifted ones and shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah, right?
Nice.
Fate points still work on it though.
Okay.
Arg.
So this is what we do.
Not bad.
Yep.
You notch it in. Kuroko, that's a 20. Let's see if you roll another tens digit or a double. Who knows? Who the fuck knows?
Oh shit.
No, not this time. That's too bad.
Can I reroll?
You get one reroll. It's clan territory. You get one reroll.
I don't think I ever did ask how many repair bits that was.
A lot probably.
A lot probably.
Yeah. 2 sets.
Close to an 88, but not close.
You gonna roll that second time?
Oh, I get twice. Oh,
yeah, because we're in clan territory.
Nothing.
Nope.
Okay, so yeah, you'll inscribe it. Do you want to broaden the memory, or do you want to enhance the memory?
What's the difference?
More to remember, and then like the amount is remembered, and then there's more clarity of the memory.
I'm probably going to go with clarity on this one. Just because that makes more sense to Alhazard, is that like it's not going to do anybody a lot of good if the only thing you get from the suit is like vague nebulous shit that you can't parse. And relying on this guy's wisdom too hard probably isn't entirely wise. He did die after all.
So this suit will give you one specific power upgrade. No stats, none of that. But it'll give you a power upgrade. This is a true older generation caretaker clan set, non-combative. This once per dive, you can convince one creature to go, let's be friends. If it's within clan territory, you can convince a creature to let go of their loot. So just be like, shoo, please, shoo, let me have it. You can make additional allegiance if you displace them for what their claim, and get them something new. But if you can't, they'll just scurry off into the vines, or they'll let something go.
Okay.
Out there, it basically turns you into a I don't get attacked first gesture, unless it's of course
unless you're the aggressor.
Yeah, unless you're the aggressor or you're the hunted creature.
For more clarity's sake, in my sense, if it's in clan territory, it's improved. But I can also do this outside of clan territory as well. Yeah.
As long as you're not the aggressor, and as long as it's not the Leviathan you're hunted by.
Yes.
As part of your story, you're never attacked first by a critter. And most of the time, you're probably just left alone as long as you're respectful.
Right.
That can easily be you can easily be attacked if you don't understand the creature that you're dealing with, because they may breed hostile intent differently, and or you impeded on its territory, and it's very particular about that. It'll lash out at you, but it won't pursue you to the ends of. So if you breach territory, it'll lash out at you, but that doesn't mean it's going to, like,
it's not gonna,
if you back off immediately, it won't go to pursue you.
Won't go to war. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Can I buy this off of you?
The other upgrade to it that Alhazred added was knowledge of the old passages. The stuff that requires a light set of armor or less to fit through. Shortcuts.
With my maneuverability, it should work out really well.
Right. Also, Alhazred too has the ability to get through that stuff, but you cannot use the knowledge of these passageways if you are a medium tier or higher.
Right.
Or have external mounts or spikes, because that's an external mount.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Damn, Goose. I hate to say it, buddy, but you're getting shafted in this place. You're gonna have to join the Hunter clan.
What's going on?
He is basically part of the Hunter clan. But if this is for the stealth group. This is for the caretakers are non-combative, just like the scavenger clans are. So of course they have knowledge of, I need to disappear. I need to get some more quick, because the caretaker clan maybe has one super heavy set of armor.
Right.
And the rest are medium. Like there's maybe 2 mediums, 1 heavy, and then the rest are light or super light. They're not really fighters.
Beginning looks at you, Hazard, and says, you think this would be better suited for you?
Well, thus far you've had me interact with these the denizens of the deep preemptively anyway.
I think
it makes more sense to capitalize on that.
You have more experience on it, so I wanted to see what you did. Now that I know, does not mean that I can't also do this.
No, you could. I just would also like to bring our team down here sometime, and this would be quite useful in that endeavor.
You wish to give this as a suit? What did you mean by that?
Well, this place is something that I would share with my wife. and being able to navigate less treacherous pathways would be beneficial, I think. Also, the caretaker mentality is something that I am. It resonates with me. And he actually does sort of like he's got a ring that he's been wearing that he sort of just kind of like touches with a thumb. When I first came here, it was my intention was as an explorer. And this place speaks well of that.
Hazard, I don't want this to be a divide of us.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
wish to keep it.
Fuck. Sorry, that's not meant towards you. I'm making food, and some of it just fell on the floor.
That was bad timing.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? This is it. I'm declaring war on you. Not for the suit part, because you made me drop the cheeseburgers that I made. Great and terrible war shall occur now. I am wroth beyond all possibility of remorse.
Are you wrothy?
Yes.
Matt, I would like to add this to my armor now.
Yep, done. That's upgrade number 2.
Would you like me to roll the willpower test?
Yes. Cool.
It's a double, man.
You want to bank it and try again, or you want to let that sit?
Bank it and try again.
So wait.
It's a tens position, depending on how you want to do this. I could go again, but I.
Up to you.
Okay.
All right. It'll give you a check mark and charm.
So the initial etching, can you also do the outer etching as well, or is that done and done?
Done and done.
Okay.
Yeah, because making this etching means that my tools melt because of the acid that I have to use to do the specific brand of craftsmanship. So I have to go do an alchemy to get new tools because I have to alchemically forge them. And then I have to do an alchemy to convert the acid.
I see.
Very labor intensive.
Yep. But as we've seen, the results speak for themselves. Hey, stop. Let me have it. No. Excuse me a moment.
Well, that's a good second chapter, I must say. So we would call this ancient caretaker armor. Severely damaged.
You want to make more alchemical tools.
Alhazard?
So where are we at?
Make more alchemical tools.
You have 1 petal. You can make 1 dose.
I have 2 petals.
You gave 1 to that snack.
Ah, you are correct. I did not write it off of my character sheet yet.
So you went to the matriarch, right? Or the patriarch to get a new petal, right?
Yeah.
The matriarch or the patriarch would not have.
Yeah, no, excuse me,
offered
not that
you
one. It
one
was
of its
the one
petals.
outside. It was the one outside the safe set.
Yeah, the one
my
we first
pocket.
found, right? Right.
The second
No,
one
it
you
was
guys
the
found.
last one
there
we
was,
found.
the last one. So the first one you found was in a hunter suit. Then you found the little cove of them, and then at the very end you found a pocket space.
Ah, I missed that part. My bad.
That one, there was one guarding that pocket space.
Yeah. DM, I'll take some time. I'll sift out some stuff, and I'll make some more needles and picks.
You only need to make 1 needle, and
Right.
but you also need to make the sheath for it too.
Yeah.
The other tools you can absolutely use here. She has a set of tools that resist the acid.
Mm-hmm.
They help you with some pre-etch detail work. They also help you with dragging the excess acid in case you do a little bit of.
So it doesn't smear.
Yeah, so it doesn't smear, and it lets you retrace the acid, the excess, back into the grooves without damaging the tools.
Right.
She's only got 1 set that's immune to that effect.
Right.
But you're free to use them while you're here.
Oh, wonderful. Can I inspect them and see if I can determine how she built them?
Sure. You have to tank them.
Yeah. And I'll give them a little tink.
So I've got to join a fucking clan, really?
No, you don't have to.
Don't.
You can be a solo diver. It's just that being in a clan provides certain benefits, while also making you a target for other clans.
Right,
like as a solo diver, you're no one's enemy. Me and Kuroko as caretakers, we have we've basically garnered the enemies of the clan by being in it. So the people that hate the caretakers for whatever reason, like people
or
who
find
like
them
gather
weak.
these things, yeah, or who think they're weak or what the fuck ever.
Yeah, the hunter clans don't like the caretakers.
Yeah, fuck them. We'll break their fucking noses. But those guys are going to prey on me and Kuroko before they'll attack you.
They'll also take a look at you and be like, "You look hunter. I like the cut of your jib."
Well, I mean, here's the thing: if someone
nautical terms
makes a decent offer, he might join. He's just not going to immediately run to one of these social clubs just because he feels he has to.
Right. Well, I mean, Alhazard didn't either. He joined the clan because he liked what they were about, and the nice lady was like, "If you're a member of the clan, I can teach you the clan art." Yeah. And he was like, "Sign me the fuck up, Jeeves."
Guzman doesn't need these clans. He doesn't need this place. In fact, why the fuck even is he even here?
Because we invited you to come. If you don't want to be here, you can leave, man. That's it. It's that simple. There's no hard feelings or anything.
I mean, this is pretty much what the plot's going. If he bows out, then I'm just not gonna have.
I'll have you do other things on the side.
Yeah.
It's just
I will have a solo session for you on a different day.
Schedule that probably isn't the best idea, but maybe.
I do have Thursday, Friday available to do quite a bit of solo, but if you were to bow out of this,
you'd be sitting around the entirety of Wednesday. So we would actually be trading your playtime here on Wednesday for a different day, and so I could get you caught up.
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I'm talking about. Is that because I've already got games on Thursdays and Fridays. I'm trying to get something going on Saturdays, and that would be like Monday, Tuesday. So, essentially, if I don't go with the Little Mermaid Nightmare Edition, I'm pretty much asked out.
What I don't mind doing is...
God, it must be nice having a fucking choice.
I know, right? Well, here, I'm about to offer you one. Because I like people having choices, too. I don't mind if we want to split the session like I did on Sunday's DM. And let Kuzmo have some time to himself, and then let us have some time to ourselves. Yeah. Plus, if you want to run me and Johnny early, and then Kuzmo later, because we know Johnny calls it quits before anybody else does, because he's in a different time zone. I'm all right with if we want to cut a little early, like if we would end me and Johnny's section of things. And if Kuzmo really wants some backup, I can send my avatar with him with a bunch of the skills that I'm not using right now.
So before we even finalize on this, so do you just not like the idea of what we're doing currently, or do you feel like we're being?
I don't get it. I don't understand what the hell's going on. I've picked up that there's apparently Nocturne or some shit in the water. We've basically gone to fucking spelunking experts or some shit.
Diving, yeah.
Just diving.
The underwater arc.
And this feels like we have this whole thing going in the labyrinth, and I was starting to understand. It's like, okay, we're going to go do something completely different now.
This is part of the labyrinth, though.
We're still in the labyrinth.
Critical parts of the labyrinth.
Like, you know those parts of like good TV shows where they just go off to Who the Fuck Cares to Stand, or the swamp of apathy, and it's like, why the fuck is this even part of the story? This doesn't seem to add anything.
I think that's on you though for not understanding it, and we can help you try to understand it.
Yeah, I'm trying to be careful not to just vent out my anger and everything else into this, but like I was kind of feeling this even before I had to start dealing with feeling miserable and having a shit job and just having everything start to collapse around me.
Okay, well, to help you understand what's going on, you guys have...
I'm sorry.
The guys have decided to finally brave the third floor lost sector. And if you've heard the term before, it's one of the most dangerous and kind of outlier sectors of the labyrinth. So you have a base understanding of there's floor 1 through 10. There's also floor 0. But there's also these lost sectors.
Oh, so this is a miss. So we are actually carving out a pathway through the lot for the previously unexplored, or at least mostly unexplored regions of the third floor.
This is all new to us.
The lost sectors hold the key to some of the information about how the labyrinth works behind the scenes.
Okay, see that now that I've had a little more context added, now this does sound kind of interesting, because at this point I'm like, why am I even building a suit and all that?
The whole thing about the labyrinth is it's some sort of mechanism, some sort of isolated mechanism that works. Like, where do the monsters come from? Why do they why is this resource available to everyone? This brand new thing called Fluidium. Why are there rules on each floor? Why are there floors in the first place? Like, all these mystery elements that woven together, there's always these giant question marks that aren't filled, no matter how much information you gather on the labyrinth main floors. The lost sectors are the key to finding those mystery answers, to really piece it together. Kuroko went down to the floor below, the lost sector beneath everything. And that's where he found dust. And he found a lot of fucking answers. He also almost died, like, a lot. And had to literally force his character to adapt to that area, become a local, and claw his way out. You guys are now investigating the second of the 3 lost sectors, because each one has unique answers to what is the labyrinth and how does it work.
And also unique opportunities that you wouldn't have elsewhere.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to see more of the actual reason to invest, because I guess that would have been the smartest way to put it. Is like, I do not feel a sense of investment, which with any character there should be, but especially with Kuzmo, there needs to be that feeling of investment, because he's not beholden to be here with these people. They're his friends, but
wealth, and prowess and renown are great and all.
Yeah.
Real tangible power above all else is found in the lost sectors.
Right, and see, there's the incentive. There's the carrot on the stick to lead the terrifying flaming lizard god.
Right. If you gain powers, unique powers from the lost sector, they rival and trump pretty much all other power sets that are granted from others that aren't like the Grandmaster level shit.
Cool.
And this is a great place to earn Grandmaster level techniques and discover gear that, like, you walk out with a harpoon gun and you're like, that armor looks like I'd classify that as a medium grade armor. I'm gonna shoot my harpoon at it.
Yes.
And he's like, dude, I have 13,000 armor and this thing punches through his breastplate. It has armor pen at 20. How's that supposed to work? Oh, well, it's classified this only cares about the classification of the armor interpreted by you. If it looks like medium tier armor or less, it ignores armor completely.
You just get bootied.
And then it applies direct damage to their fucking health pool. Like, the stuff here that you're working with is all conceptual story stuff. Your suit of armor has plot armor. Not just armor, plot armor.
You've got the heaviest, plottiest armor of all of us in the group right now.
You do. And you have spikes on it now, which means you deal armor damage to whoever comes in melee contact with you.
Aggressive plot armor.
Oh, that's great, because
you also do additional damage when you ram someone.
Yes.
So if you want to swim up and shoulder check someone,
when would Kuzmo ever do that? You know, he is strictly a ranged combatant using nothing but like twin guns and bows and shit.
Shut up, you lying sack of shit! You are a melee motherfucker.
Oh wow, okay.
You only use range so that you can reel your enemy in.
Actually, no.
Or light them on fire. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, fire.
Actually, no, he literally wants the ropes, so he doesn't lose the harpoon. What few projectiles Kuzmo uses is actually like thrown weapons and shit. Yep. So, yeah.
I want to see Kuzmo pull a Cuchulainn and just decide. Yeah, Cuchulainn was the greatest action hero in all of Celtic myth.
Cuchulainn, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I want to see him just literally be like, I could put this stone in a sling and throw it, or I could just throw it with my hand and have it break the sound barrier.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like that, actually.
He's like, fucking guns, I throw bullets at people to kill them.
I mean, like, actually, no. Actually, that is literally what he does with Flare Edge, is he breaks the fucking sound. He doesn't probably break the sound, but leaves a loud, audible whoosh.
Hmm?
That's just a fucking meteor strike.
That is why you guys are here. You're here for 3 things. A, answers. Answers to things left leaving the group to ponder. Yeah, unanswered. Unanswered.
Question, GM, approximately how many weeks and or months has it been since Kuzmo has eaten a motherfucker?
Like, didn't you just put a medium tier weapon in your furnace?
Yes, we do need to resolve that, but I'm like talking about a motherfucker, as in a living sentient being with all of the thoughts, emotions, and feeling. Thoughts, emotions, and
I don't know. You got to keep track of that.
Also, I didn't eat the meat. I ate the flail and non-ate that, but I also ate that gold mask from a magic jackass.
That's gonna take a good hot while. Like
Yeah.
that's a not trivial thing you just consumed.
Yes, but also I need to feast upon the flesh of sentient creatures at some point here soon because it good.
It's been a while,
It has been a
Oh,
while.
wow.
but you've also went to several parties, one of which was a wedding, and you had quite a lot of food.
Yes.
So I'm gonna count that. So it's the wedding, or
I
since
was
the last
eating
time you
people
visited the
at
Dirty
the
Lizard.
wedding.
Yeah. What do you think Hazard's people ate when they were in the middle of a war and could not make enough food for everyone? Why do you think that Alhazred refers to cannibalism as the final gift, and it's a big deal to his species?
Yes. And here's the shit. And here's how Kuzma sounds like a fucking hipster. Like, I imagine your guys' shit is like incredibly processed. He needs that shit.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Alhazred has absolutely, as a matter of course, eaten raw person in the field.
Yes,
Back home, they made a slurry out of them, out of the corpses of the fallen.
Yes. And see, that's the kind of shit that out of character Kuzma was kind of like this guy's like, ugh, you just process it, you don't eat it in its normal form. Like that's the thing. It doesn't have to be like straight cold raw, but like turning it into a smoothie just seems incredibly pointless because then it's like I mean sure
It's nutritional and filling and easily metabolized by the body.
Right. But like
Why wouldn't you put it in a slurry if you have time?
yeah, like in his mind, like yeah, you should cook it, probably salt it to preserve it if need be, but like actually processing too much takes away from the power of it.
Mm.
And in fairness, as far as his biology is concerned, that actually is how it works. So
right, it's because you're a weird little monster.
Yes, because preserving it with salt actually kills the life force, and cooking it only affects the physical nutrients and not the life force still contained within.
Mm.
And also the feeding the fire, so it's actually heating up the meat. And okay, even Mika doesn't know how that part works.
Anyway,
that was a horn.
Suffice to say, you have had your dude smoothie for the week.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Good. I wasn't subtle.
Yes, well, if we happen to murder a man, I call dibs.
Fair. Kill him. And then I might call dibs.
Well, we could probably split an entire adult human male. If it's a human female, it might be a little sparse, but eh.
Guzmo, do you be concept of misogyny?
What? No, it's just like acknowledgement that the females tend to have much less body mass.
I dare you. I dare you to tell a Centauri female that. I double dog dare
Hazard, I'm getting it.
He's going to look at you like you're a moron. Alhazred, have you seen the women in Demarest?
Have you seen the women on Centauri?
I mean, good for fuck.
Some of the women are bigger than you.
Alhazred, the people of Demarest are the worthy followers and their families who have grown with the same philosophy. The women of Demarest are very capable. I don't know what this misogyny thing you're talking about is. But if I remember right, it's supposed to be something about how women are inferior. To which, when it comes to the idea of like raw physical strength, yes, but that can be overcome, just like anything.
See, that's the difference between your people's physiology and mine. There is no dimorphism based on gender.
Sex. What the hell's...
That's my point.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm sorry. I just despise the word. Despise the word gender. It's just I've seen in many systems is in fact made up word to justify all sorts of silliness.
We're not there, so We're here.
I feel like we've lost the point. The main point is let me sink them teeth into some motherfucker.
Kill them first, and then you have the rights to the body.
Yum.
This is good and proper. Otherwise, it appears we are making Kuroko uncomfortable. So let's move on.
Wait, you're supposed to be my leader, and you have never tested the flesh of man?
She is going to sigh and say, no, I do not eat the same as you. You are a consumer. I am something different. Just because our cultures are different does not mean that...
So you do not sustain nutrients from consuming material, then?
I'm an energy-based being, and so are
Eat
you.
souls.
Oh!
I do not eat souls either, Hazard. Remember that.
You just did earlier.
I ate part of
well,
it.
If it is energy of which you feed, that makes sense.
And then I turn that into that over there. Speaking of that, I'm going to check the answering machine.
So it is not that you don't, it is that you cannot. I can respect that. Kuroko? Are you still Kuroko or Kuroku?
Beginning.
Beginning, right. Well, I can understand that beginning. I will not fault you for not doing something of which you were incapable of. At least in that regard.
So now that we're on land, Matt, I'd like to check my my answering machine.
Message on it. It's hello? Is this on? How does this work? Hello? Is this recording? Shit. Hi. Hello, is this thing on? I don't know. And then I just click.
Excellent. The second thing I'm going to do is go up to the glacier and see how much time has passed.
$300 years.
As expected. It should be...
I don't know how the fuck you expected that, but okay.
It should be in full growth now.
It is.
God damn it, fucking
God damn, Hazard. Yeah, you make the shit out of those.
So wait, beginning, you cannot consume material, which means that you have never tasted flesh of man nor fruits?
I have in my previous life. But eating the flesh of my kinds is not something I did, at least in the cultural wise.
I mean, if one were to analyze the mortals of Golarion, or more specifically the humans of Golarion, and my genetics, that's the one. The one with the swirly bit.
Yes,
anyway,
that's
mine
genetics.
is different than theirs, and I am able to sustain nutrients as well as from both the physical and the spiritual sense from the consuming of sentient prey.
And you are a consumer, and you shall always be, as the flame.
But I was about to bring this up, not the current issue, but because I was gonna offer you apple cider at some point, but
I still drink.
Oh, you want some Demerara cider?
Sure.
It's got alcohol.
Fyodri said yes. You don't have to sell it.
Yeah.
So I will put the liquid up to my face, just like I would a mask, and try to take substance.
Which
Go and drink some cider.
No, cider.
Does it go through? Is the question, or is it like
the
mask?
compartment opens up in the mask.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna laugh if you give her this cider and we see another copy appear that is just drunk Roko. And she is a master of drunken boxing.
Kuzma will comment, "Oh, it would be hilarious if we accidentally summon a Wushu Kuroko."
The taste reminds me of home.
That's good. The taste reminds me of home, too. Well, my eventual home. My home was in the jungle, but then I found like a proper, like, home kind of home in Gurnberry, this beautiful town out in the frontier that was just a big old orchard with some cattle.
Kuzma, do you wish to also have inscriptions done on your pieces of armor, or do you wish to find something different to upgrade yourself with?
Meh, I don't see the point of signing up with any of these clans.
That was not my point, Kuzma. I was asking if you wish to improve yourself by not just joining a clan, but by improving your armor.
Well, I did want to go ahead and like actually get an etching of my mark up on here. Who knows what benefit it might yield.
Also, Kuroko, we should perhaps have a small talk about you volunteering the incredibly rare materials that I need to perform this task.
He's a companion. I assume there wouldn't be any issues.
So I had one sample of the acid necessary to inscribe in this method that I was given to practice with by the shaman. And that was used for its intended purpose on your armor. I have one petal left.
Oh shit, speaking of magic materials, how them body paints working?
A hazard. I won't ask again. You should be the one to offer. I was more trying to get the conversation going.
No, that's fair.
But also, Kuroko, have you seen? I've regained my gift for imbuing magic within body paint.
I am quite painted underneath my arm.
Yes. One of them will give him the power of the thunder blast. Or lightning blast, not thunder. Thunder is the boom. Lightning is the flash. He's also been made more fortuitous by another one of them. And I actually forgot what the third one did. I assume it is good, though. It didn't give you a big dick, did it?
They had one of those, so I didn't notice an appreciable increase.
Good, because I didn't actually have one of those anyway. And if I actually did, I imagine that's one I'd want to hold on to. As you'd be surprised how much people are willing to pay for the things that come so natural to us.
I'm sorry, I faded out for part of that. One more time?
You can make money off of using body paints to make people's dicks grow.
Right. Or you could just give them a larger penis. This conversation has gotten strange.
Yeah, I do apologize. I realize that for a lot of people, talking about dicks is not particularly normal. Speaking of which, beginning, are you still a woman, or what are you, some sort of esoteric being that has no sex? I mean, it doesn't really matter, I'm just curious.
Who are you asking?
I'm asking the beginning.
Sorry, I never caught that.
Oh.
Say it one more time.
Yeah, I was like, are you asking Alhazard if he's a woman?
No.
Like, what?
Like, clearly you have a penis.
I mean, we were literally just talking about it.
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Once you started talking about that, I kind of zoned out. I apologize.
No, that's fair. Me too.
He was fuck.
Like we really need time to sit down if we're going to talk about something as, grandiose and impressive as that. Yeah, like my junk or Kuzmo's ego, things that big.
Anyway, yes, beginning. Are you even still a woman, or have you transcended that to some sort of area with outside the realms of sex?
I can still consider myself female, mostly because that is a past memory of mine.
True. What few times I have been transmogrified into something not.
When I became a demon, the figure of my femininity was still there, but I have not partaked since I've gotten here. And I don't plan to, either. I will find love and warmth in other places.
I do wish for you to find love. Love is such a glorious thing.
I still have love. Just not with a partner.
Are no appetites attached?
Just like that.
Oh, Alhazard, have you managed to get yourself a taste?
Jesus Christ! We were at his wedding.
Yes, you were literally at my wedding. I consummated my wedding. I had sex with my wife. What?
Fuck! I know he fell in love. I should know, they were in love, but also the point is, I was trying to figure out if he, in fact,
did the deed. I got you.
Yes, exactly. And I was going to say, and that was Goth asking because congratulations. In fact, fuck it, a toast. He's going to let me pour out more of this cider so we can toast Alhazard at his having gotten him the fucking.
Did you assume I was a virgin before my wedding?
You kind of made it seem that way, yes.
No, I did not. I simply did not actively seek out an opportunity for coitus at every opportunity.
Yes, and therefore it would make perfect sense that you were a virgin because you didn't seek it out.
Kuzmo, you occupy an interesting place in my mind, specifically because you have sex with the things you eat. I generally avoid that.
Technically.
You eat people and will have sex with people.
Yes.
Are these two facts not accurate?
They are actually quite divided.
It's more of a
I am not, for instance,
order of
I'm
operations.
Not hungry while I'm thinking of such ludicious things. It won't, and I am not usually ludicious when I eat. So,
first of all, the next time you see Nios, ask him about something he refers to as snackabation. I shall explain no further. Second, I have a mental divide there. The things I procreate with should not be food. And everything is edible. Do you not consider why the only people that I've exhibited an attraction to up to this point were creatures that could not be easily consumed?
I mean, perhaps your propensity for being so relatively celibate is strange to me because, at a very young age, I just kind of found myself involved in such.
I don't have sex with people that I could eat. That is the basis of my, as you put it, celibacy.
Well, you don't eat people you plan to fuck, obviously.
Right, but for me, the eating comes first, because I have lived in a constant state of being close to starvation, like all of my people have, for many, many years. That means Yes, that food was more important to me than sex while I was a soldier fighting enemies of my species in a
That is
war that would
factual.
last over 5,000 of your Galarian years.
Hmm.
So you see, the issue here is that I automatically prioritize consuming something for its ability to encourage my growth and provide me sustenance over whether or not I can put my excretory tool in a warm hole.
I mean, if you're doing it right, it's not always just your dick, but fair enough. You got to use the tongue.
Tongues are also edible. It is a muscle
Yes.
and is packed with protein, and generally speaking, from constant use, is very lean, meaning it converts easily into protein chains in order to enhance physical growth.
Because we're just gonna stick out his tongue and just wagging it, and showing off like about the foot and a half length of it. It is a long, wide, flappy bit.
Right.
He's able to have surprising control of it as he just wiggles it.
That whole thing, all of that, you could be dangling French fries in front of my face right now. That's why I've never been aroused at the sight of you.
Oh,
You're edible.
Are you saying you want my tongue down your throat? How forward?
I will tear it out and cook it first, but certainly I would eat parts of you, as I have already demonstrated.
Damn it. I was hoping to get you off base.
Guzmo, you're not going to embarrass me. I slept in a hole in the ground with 6 other people, some of whom were women and some of whom were men. We all showered together. There was no privacy when we needed to use a latrine.
Yeah.
I am completely inured to the idea that bodies are exotic or mysterious.
That is literally the
Your wife, on the other hand, though.
My wife, on the other hand, though, that my wife
is exotic as fuck.
is exotic as, pardon the phrase, fuck. She is a shapeshifter and a being of nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Dad.
My point on this, Alhazard, everything you just described, except up to the point talking about your wife, which again, congratulations on that. That's how I grew up after my childhood home was basically burned to the ground and forced out to live out in the jungle, where eventually was taken in by a witch's cabal. So, yeah, if I could kind of relate to that, yet I managed to come out as someone who is quite lecherous, as people would say.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what? Honestly, it was probably the surprise. It was probably those surprise instances of.
Your collective lives are so tragic.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. My life is very triumphant. My people are stronger and more prosperous than ever before. I have a wife who loves me and is willing to dote on me. We have a very strong and intimate relationship. I'm doing quite well.
Talking about your successes, you are all dwelling on your past traumatic experiences and tribulations.
I reflect on my past because I enjoy the fact that I rose above them. I mean, despite my childhood of being ostracized and eventually enslaved and had surprise butt sex happen.
Oh, so it wasn't a dick measuring contest. My apologies.
Oh, no. You're the wrong person.
I was simply trying to share. Like, I was honestly trying to talk about Hazard because I feel like he would understand the rough condition of which I sort of formed. I don't even talk about this shit. I don't even speak to this about Core, which, by the way, yes, I've had this much success as Hazard later on.
I was attempting to make a point about the fact that I was not drawn to people's bottles as anything more than opportunities for sustenance. That seems to have been somewhat glossed over during the conversation.
Honestly, just thought you would understand what sort of hellish things could happen to someone who is a lawless part of the world where where survival makes desperation.
You can be snatched up, shoved in a cruiser, and had cybernetic implants that rob you of your free will and ability to battle a hated enemy while retaining your your active mind, so that you are forced to bear witness to all of the terrible things that you do while you are a nightmare soldier attempting to suborn your own people and destroy them from the inside.
Wow, all that makes being consistently violated at a fairly young age seem kind of mild now.
It does not diminish your suffering in any way, shape, or form. But yes, this was a thing that happened to some young Centauri.
Yeah, I usually don't suffer with it too much anymore, seeing as, I got my vengeance.
There you are.
Yep.
That is all to the good.
My bloody, delicious, scattered that witch horse parts all over the jungle vengeance.
Perfect time for me to end the session.
I am sorry, Johnny. I did not intend for it to go this way.
It's all good.
I was trying to have a frank conversation. I had devolved into sexy times.
Sometimes that's what people like to talk about. Yeah, I'm gonna bow out. Thank you for the session, guys.
If it's any consolation,
no problem.
The character has made me feel better, so I hope that helps a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
So Johnny, are you amenable to the idea of follow-up sessions from now? You and I would cut about this time, and we'll jump to Kuzmo and let him run.
I thought we agreed that Kuzmo was going to join with us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no,
is that the final choice there?
I appreciate the fact you're still considering it, though.
All right. Well, I mean, I want you to have fun with the game. But yeah, if you're good, if you're just if you're in it, let's go.
Oh yeah, no. I after I understood better what's actually going on, I'm like, oh yeah, no, this is cool.
Cool.
I figured that's all you needed. I'm glad I pushed it instead of trying to, just leave you off and to do your own races.
Y'all, y'all actually do give a conceited effort to make sure everyone's having fun, and I really appreciate it.
Of course. Anyway, guys, peace out.
Bye, Johnny.